Hello, and welcome. And apologies for the late start, but we are here and we are ready to fly over to that beautiful village that is Wijk, as we are ready for round 2 of that super tournament Tata Steel Masters. I'm International Master Ivan Hauska, and I'm here alongside the man who makes chess look simple, Robert Hess, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, what a dramatic day it was yesterday. 4 decisive results.
We had a blast yesterday covering the action. Some players not quite as happy, suffering an early game defeat. 4 losses with the white pieces. Nobody is going to be happy losing games like that, but the players who won, they stand in first place. It's a long tournament though, Yobi. We have so much left to cover.
Absolutely. This is just the beginning. And talking about the beginning and the beginning of all the action, let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because the games have all kicked off and everyone is ready to rock and roll. And wow, take a look at that. 14 players, 7 games in play in the Tata Masters, and these are the best players in the world. I say this time and time again, but I just want to drum home that point. Everyone here well prepared, everyone armed with their box of tricks, and everyone very motivated to win.
Oh, for sure, because in each and every contest, either player can win. So some players are top 10 in the world. Others are up and coming, trying to break in to the upper echelons of chess. And we have 2 world champions. We have 5 candidates. We have 2 previous winners of this very event. So we are spoiled for choice when it comes to where to turn our eyes and our attention. And so, Yobi, as you look across these 7 boards here in that playing hall in De Montréal, where do you want to start? Because it feels to me like every game promises some enjoyment and excitement.
Yeah, it's actually difficult to pick a game, but I personally would love to see how Ding is doing. Yesterday, he made his comeback, his return to the board. It was a draw. It was a tough game for him with the black pieces against Vidit, but he held that one. How is he faring today as he faces off against one of the lower rated players, Donchenko?
And for Donchenko, he starts with 2 of the Chinese competitors in the field. He lost with the white pieces to Wei Yi a day ago. Now he gets black against Ding Liren. That's not a pairing that I think anybody really wants. And we have the outline of a King's Indian defense, Yobi, but this doesn't look like those fierce tactical affairs that Hikaru Nakamura has made his early living off of. This actually looks more like a strategical battle, and to my eyes, I like the bind that White has in the center with the pawns in the Marozzi bind type of structure, the knight on c3, the queen on d1, all eyeing this d5 square. So in your experience, Yobi, do you have a preference for the side you like these positions from?
Yes, like I said, I love my space and I like to have that freedom for my pieces just to move around, be able to switch between the sides. And I agree with you, that Marozzi bind structure that you talked about with the pawns on e4 and c4, locking down the weakness that is d6. I'm a big fan of that, but there are some downsides, especially with this particular piece placement. The white bishop on e2, that's a bad piece. And also, there is one massive square that black can use, and often tends to use it in later stages of the game, and that is the d4 square. If black, for instance, manages to park a knight on that square, or maybe even a bishop, and if white can't do anything about it, then black will be the one that will be enjoying everything. And this is one of these positions where strategically it's really double-edged, because if black gets in their plans, like white is just floundering, whereas if white gets in the plan, which is pretty simple, or just piling on the pressure against d6, then black is more or less suffocated on the board.
It's such an important strategic element of the position that for all of you who may be newer to chess, who want to learn some themes, that when there are pawns 2 squares apart, like these binding pawns on c4 and e4, look at the square in between. That's a square that black can try to occupy, and white does not have a pawn to keep pieces out. And you look on the flip side, Black is keeping any knight jumps out of d5 just because of this one little pawn on c6. So the d4 square, as Ivanka has indicated, that's a square that Black would love to take advantage of. It seems far away just because for now White has that completely under control. But in the future, Black would like to eye that square. So d5 is another break that Black can sometimes employ, just saying, I'm going to open up the position because White's king, which did prophylactically step to the corner, avoiding any checks on a diagonal. The White king can be in a bit of danger sometimes because of those vulnerable dark squares.
Yep. Well, this one is going to look very exciting, I suspect, in a few more moves. We'll find out whether Donchenko does manage to break out or whether Ding is just piling on the pressure. And we'll catch up on that game later. Maybe we could go back to the bird's eye view. And I just sneaked across and had a look at some of the other games. And I would really like us to revisit that.
Yeah, we will.
It looks like it's very interesting.
Yeah, well, all games
in some
are
of the
really
other games. I know.
It's like
I'm just looking over and it's looking really juicy.
I often feel like my head is on a swivel because I'm like, do I look to the left? Do I look to the right? All of the games have certain elements that we should hone in on. We should take a peek at. So as we switch back to our bird's eye view and look across the different games, I feel like we're going to see some tactical affairs, some positional struggles. And which game was catching your eye?
And it was the game, hang on, let me just see it on the bird's eye view. It is the game there right in the corner in the bottom left between Wei Yi and Gukesh. Gukesh yesterday had a stunning game against Abdusattorov. Although he said he felt like both sides had played with full control. You know, it was a piece imbalance. The queen was fighting against three minor pieces. And here I'm looking at this position. I'm like, oh, here he goes again, Gukesh, playing with this h6, g5 pawn formation.
Why don't we just go back a few moves, as
Definitely.
Now it seems that Wei Yi is in for a thing. So as we turn back to the start of the game, it looked peaceful at the beginning where we had an Italian game. But I think, Ivanka, from experience, if it tells us anything, is that these positions can heat up despite the quiet early stages.
Yes. And this makes this particular variation so complicated. It's a very difficult position because often you have to consider every single pawn lunge that there is. Also, you have to get used to playing with all the minor pieces on the board and very little space. And this makes life very difficult for both sides.
For sure. Look at this move, bishop to g5, trying to exert pressure. This is a pin piece here. If White gets some time, you would like to continue marching the pawns forward, as you mentioned, pushing the black bishop back. And so Black says, you're annoying me with this pin. I don't want to leave this forever. Let me boot you out of there. And you say, let me keep that pin. Said, no, you really are not going to pin me anymore. And after a6, knight develops, the bishop slides back. Just some preemptive moves so that when White pushes pawns, they won't attack the bishop. Now, once White commits the king, and I think this is important, so if we show now is when g5 happened, only after White commits his king to that side of the board, so that any attack that White hopes to build will be more difficult to accomplish with your own king on that side.
Yes, and I completely agree with you there, because otherwise the pawn on g5 would have been a hook for White to open up the position. And here, there's just no way that White can even think about opening up the position with h2, h4, because the king needs to be protected at all times. And I like Black's recipe there for dealing with this particular position. He says, you pinned me once, now it's my turn. And the bishop comes to g4. And now this game is going to be very, very sharp, because White steps forward, attacks the bishop. The bishop probably is, actually not probably, will most definitely step back. The bishop does not want to trade itself off and allow the knight on d2 to have a purpose. So once it steps back, everything is going to be about whether the black pawns and can just make an impact on the king side. White is going to try to lash out in the center and create pressure against e5. And this game is going to get wild. Has been played before, though, according to the database.
It's a situation where you have to know exactly what you're doing because white has created a hook. We were talking about how g5 could be a hook for white to exploit had black already castled the king and white had not. But on the flip side, g4 becomes a very nice looking idea for black to play, a rook sliding to g8, and suddenly we see immediate pressure towards the white king. I want to point one more thing out, Ivanka, that these pawns on g5 and e5, they look threatening, they're aiming into white's camp, but the square in between them, the f5 square, if a knight can wrap around somehow in our standard way of getting a knight to f1 up to g3, and eventually the f5 square can be a juicy outpost for a white piece. It's a long ways away, I know that, but I'm just looking at some of the strategic notes in the position, and so f5 down the line, the light squares can be whites for the taking.
Yeah, totally right there. Definitely white will be thinking about those long-term prospects of parking that knight on f5 and then using that extra space they will have on the queen side. Black is like, you know what? I don't care about the long term. It's all going to be about checkmate for me. It's going to be about attacking your king, a very brutal style. So I'm expecting moves like rook to g8, perhaps taking some precautions to reinforce the center. And then rook to g8 and then just push, g4, g5, g4 and get motoring. It's a very scary position for white. But then again, it's very topical.
I'm with you. And I think I'm just going to make some aimless moves for white to show how dangerous it can be. Let's say you play a4, just putting pawns forward. And after rook g8, you play b4, just continuing to go for a queenside initiative. And I play g4 on this flank. If you think you're just taking me and getting out of it, the engine says that white is doing well. But you just to show a sort of idea is if I keep playing aimlessly, this bishop on a7, it's playing a very important role where now I can take your bishop on g3. So there's all sorts of tactics available in a position like this. The bishop very far away. It's a long-range piece. It's an archer that's aiming towards the white king. So be very, very careful when there's a bishop on the same diagonal as a king.
Yeah, that one is definitely a hidden assassin as well. It's like it's hiding there, tucked on a7. Beware of those long-range pieces. So easy to forget about them. But yeah, I mean, white's position does look very terrifying to play, but a lot of the top players are playing like this, and they're just saying, you know what, we have enough. There's a bishop, there's a knight, there's a rook there, all there to assist the king. It's all going to be about targeting the center, making it uncomfortable for the black king to dash over to the left to safety. And well, this game is gonna be exciting. There's going to be no other word for that one. I can't wait to follow this one later on.
Yes, I think for now, we'll let the players do their thinking. It's a complicated position at these early moments, only 11 moves in. So why don't we zoom out and head to a different game because we can go around the horn and check out all the action.
Definitely. And Robert, what is your preference for sharp, dynamic positions or those strategical, long-winded battles?
Well, I have to be honest, my opening theory is quite poor, and I'm not playing so much these days, but even when I was actively competing, I tried to avoid opening theory. So I do like those strategic battles. That way I don't feel like I'm falling prey to somebody's opening theory. And of the games as a commentator that I like, well, I think I like a mix, a healthy balance of both. And I like Wenjun's queen on a8 and bishop on e4. So I would like to go to the Women's World Champion game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, if that's good by you.
Yes, let's head there. And remember, Wenjun did have a rather heartbreaking loss yesterday. She lost in a marathon game against Anish Giri with the white pieces. Anish playing a fantastic rook and pawn ending. And for anyone who's not checked that out, go there, check it out. And it's one to keep in your mind at all times. Very, very instructive.
Instructive, as is this type of setup, because it looks like Fischer random chess, 960. What's a rook doing on a7, a queen on a8? Like, what is happening here? And we can rewind in a second. I just want to mention that, speaking of Fischer random chess, I just saw Magnus Carlsen's post on Instagram where he's preparing for that freestyle GOAT chess event that's going to take place in February in Germany. So that should be fun. But this is actually from a standard chess position, Ivanka, the Catalan Jan Nepomniachtchi has
Yes.
faced that a lot in World Championship play.
Absolutely. And you kind of called it there, Robert. The queen on a... Oops, I just dropped my pen. And the queen on a8, the rook on a7. I'm so analog. I always have a notebook where I just jot down things. I mean, it doesn't make a pleasant sight. It looks ugly. But on the other hand, it's actually a known strategy. It's a known kind of piece configuration, and it's all about the queen and the bishop forming this amazing battery on the long diagonal. And it's not easy for white to do something about this bishop on e4. I mean, if you go knight to e1, black is arguing, well, the trade of bishops will help soften up the white king. And also this pawn on b4 that black has, I mean, it's just completely tying down this knight on b1. And again, I just want to draw attention to that particular pattern, because I've noticed a lot of the top players these days, they love to dominate the circuit of a knight with a pawn. And it was only something that I really started to notice when I did commentary.
Yes, no, this knight is in poor shape. And while we mentioned Magnus Carlsen, he's not here with us for the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. But on Twitter, there go my headphones. So your pen, my headphones just fell off. But he has words for the competitors. So let's take a look at that video and you'll hear what Magnus had to say.
Hey, I just wanted to say good luck to all the participants in Tata this year. I'm skipping this year. I'm taking a much needed vacation, but I'll be back to beat all of your asses pretty soon.
Yes, there we see the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, looking very sharp, I would say, in preparation for the world. Is it? No, it's not the world. It's the Fischer 960 very elite event that is coming in February.
Yeah, it's funny because we don't get many 960 events, and there is a Fischer Random World Championship. I don't know when the next one is supposed to be, but this feels like that in a way. All these top players are participating. Hikaru Nakamura is not, and he is the reigning 960 champion. So we will see Magnus return to the board in just about a month. But our focus, I guess, back to Jan Nepomniachtchi, somebody who knows Magnus across the board very well. His knight on b1, as we were talking about before hitting that video, it's not in good shape, and that's why he cleared a path for bishop to e1, so the knight can at long last develop.
Yes, again, a very nice maneuver. Tuck the bishop away, give space to your pieces. And maybe we can rewind a little bit and see how both players got to this particular position, which, to be honest, does look odd. You know, a lot of white's pieces on the back rank, whereas black has the queen on a8, the rook on a7. It does look like it came from a Catalan position. And,
you called it.
Here he goes.
Early Catalan. And this is a pawn sacrifice in a second here on c4, but white can play variations where you allow black to keep that pawn, but you've given white the center, 2 pawns in the center to just 1 for black. But in this case, Jan said, I don't want to play those lines. Let me just go right back and grab the pawn. So, Ivanka, I think these kind of variations, they give white a more stable game, but also gives black an easy plan.
Yes. Well, it is an easy plan for black, but on the other hand, if black doesn't achieve it, and I've seen a lot of games where black does not release the light squared bishop, and white has a very comfortable advantage. But I'm of the believer that once the light square bishop is out for black, that's it. It's a good position. You can breathe a huge sigh of relief.
And that's exactly why the players, they go for this exact variation. The pawn has to be captured as what black is trying to play b5, attack the queen, protect the pawn. And after queen c4, b5, the light square bishop is out and defended. But Ivanka, if we just pause for a second here, this pawn on b5, is it an asset for white? Is it for black? Excuse me, is it strength, or is it actually a problem because white often can strike at it? And a5 and c5, these squares can sometimes be taken advantage of by white's forces.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides, right? The more you push your pawns, the more you leave behind weak squares. And that's a very important thing to note. And you can actually see that c5, if a knight gets there, also white will have that plan of playing along the c line. Now, black has the other option of just trying to control the c5 square themselves, playing for a c7, c5. That is going to be the dream. And white, of course, is going to say, nope. Not on my watch.
Definitely not. And we see the move bishop d2 played. That, I think, would be curious to most people watching. Why would you put your bishop on d2 just one square up on the diagonal? Why wouldn't you go all the way out? Because there's some positions where you actually want to park your bishop on a5. If black played this move knight d7, for example, the bishop can go to a5, stopping Ivanka's idea with c5, which is a principal try to gain some space for black, and white can then push this pawn up to b4 and create this really annoying clamp on the queen side, not to mention knight d2, knight b3, and creating a clamp in that manner. So this is the type of position that black often wants to avoid. You see to the left-hand side of the board here. This is the historical statistics from this variation. White wins 47% of the time, black only 24% of the time. The rest of the games are drawn. So a very healthy winning percentage for white in this type of position because the pawn on c7 doesn't get active, which means black faces a more cramped position.
Yeah, and well, I've never played this position with black myself, but I have certainly heard a lot of complaints from players with the black pieces. They say, why did you recommend to me this line where I just don't have any active plan? The human, the psychology of a human is that you want to do something active, you want to break out, and just to grovel on the last 3 rows is very, very difficult to do. So I also really like Ju's idea simply of overprotecting any loose pieces. And again, this is a sign of like modern day chess. It's all about making sure that all the pieces are protected. There are no loose pieces. There are no tactical problems on the horizon.
And this rook can sometimes develop along the 7th rank if this bishop clears out the way, which in this game, the white rook went to c1. It's attacking that c7 pawn. You see the winning percentage in this opening is quite high for the player with the white pieces. But in the game, bishop e4, a tempo move while defending the vulnerable pawn. The queen slides to b3. The knight now ventures out to c6. And this is getting sharper all of a sudden. Bishop takes f3 becomes a threat with knight takes d4 being loose. So white spends a tempo protecting that pawn, but no longer developing more pieces. And queen a8 already has some big threats along this diagonal. I think, Ivanka, we should point this out. The knight c3 is a very natural looking move here, but there are already tactics involving a knight takes d4 or a bishop takes f3 right away. It's a fun line.
That would be fun. Like I say, loose pieces drop off and it would be the knight on f3 that is vulnerable. And I was definitely attracted immediately to these knight takes d4 ideas. And yeah, if black gets that in, it will be absolutely fine. So, well, Nopo is not a super grandmaster for nothing. So, and unfortunately for Ju, the queen moving to a8 is a pretty obvious threat, setting up a battery on the long diagonal. So that's why Nepomniachtchi returns the queen to d1 again to protect the knight on f3. And this is where we see b4 coming into play. The pawn trying to control the knight, and bishop e1.
Freeing up the d2 square for the knight. And look at this move. Prophylactic chess, bishop d5, saying, I know you wanted knight to d2, and that's exactly what Nepo played. This is our live position, but didn't come with a shot against a bishop on e4. So she brings her bishop back to d5, so just making sure she takes the sting out of that knight jump. And this is the live position. I do appreciate the light square bishop and queen being on the same diagonal. This is a form of a battery. The rook on a7 does look awkward, but it's fine where it currently sits. Now it's about coming up with a plan, and there are many ideas in this position. e5 looks possible at some point for black, just exploiting a pin on this long diagonal. We could see some tactics be played in the near future.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all going to center along that long diagonal. Everything is going to hinge on whether white is able to just to beat this bishop back from d5. There's no natural plan for white aside from perhaps maneuvering a knight to c5. I'm actually grasping at straws here, but again, the queen on I feel has to stay on d1, or a knight has to stay on d2. Something has to protect the knight on f3. And what do we think if white just abandons this idea of holding on to the knight and says, you know what, I will trade off light square bishops?
That could mean that the white king can come under fire later, but I actually think strategically it's fantastic for white. I'm going to make a sort of careless move for black, just like an h6 move, a natural move. And just to bring this bishop trade on the board, let's say we get here, you see the evaluation is going up in white's favor. The knight on c6, it's going to be a loose piece, and white can bring the queen out to f3. And if we get into a pure endgame without queens on the board, I'm just going to make another bit of an aimless move, queen f3. Let's just bring us to the endgame that I want to get to. I even have to take with this rook so I don't drop a pawn. White is, by the computer's evaluation, up a pawn, even though the material is even, because of this eyesore on c7. The pawn on b4 is also a weakness where the bishop on e7 needs to stick to it. Black doesn't feel that coordinated, and white can do many simple plans like doubling on the c-file, bringing this knight back into the game, knight f4, knight d3, putting pressure on b4, but also trying to jump into loose squares. So I just think that this is a strategically lovely position for white, and black does not want to liquidate given the live position.
Yeah, totally agree with that. So there's a lot of danger here for black. She has to make every move have a purpose. So you highlighted the danger there of just playing a move like h6. What should you be doing? And I just also wanted to indicate one thing as well, that with Jew's position, that the knight on c6 is in front of its own pawn. And this means that the pawn on c7, as Rob has highlighted, is a weakness. But even if the black pawn, we were to take it back and put it on b7, the pawn on c7 would still be a weakness because it cannot advance. The knight is in front of its own pawns. And so what you then start doing is you start destabilizing the defender just to get at the c7 pawn.
Really good point that, by that pawn on c7, it's such a long-term weakness. And ideally, for those of you who may try to understand why is a knight in front of a pawn not so good, if this pawn were in front of the knight, you're challenging the center. But a lone knight on c6, this pawn on d4 is well defended by the pawn on e3. So your knight actually isn't putting any pressure in the center because the pawn isn't helping the knight challenge for key squares. So knight b8 was actually the move from black. The engine approves of it. I love these types of moves. Rook a7, queen a8, knight to b8. It looks like she is playing a Fischer random game, but it's all about this pawn on c7 and this diagonal. She wants knight d7. She wants pawn to c5. And if she can play pawn to c5 successfully, I don't see an advantage at all for white, even hopes of it.
Yeah, and you know what? If I were to summarize this opening for both sides, it would be one step back, two moves forward. I've never seen so many backward moves in an opening. But it just goes to show that, you don't necessarily have to be thinking just forward all the time. You can maneuver on the back row, and you can think about the end game, the long-term plans. And Nepomniachtchi had coming off a great win yesterday against Max Warmerdam, and in the interview he was saying how he really enjoyed playing his game yesterday, but because he's such a quick mover, he's able to look around at other games, and he took inspiration from the game between Gukesh and Abdusattorov, and he was really tempted to sacrifice his queen. Unfortunately he didn't, but he thought, let's be practical. But I like the fact that he was very honest and said, you know what, I love checking out other people's games while I'm playing. Because I remember being told off by several of my helpers in chess. They were saying, no, you got to focus on your game.
Yeah, it's funny because you are told to, like, sit on your hands, focus on your opponent's time, always be concentrating. But it does help when you see different games. You just are then calculating new positions. Then you can look at your own position with a set of fresh eyes. And this funny looking position with a queen on a8. There's also a bishop on e1 and a knight in front of it on d2. Lots of oddly placed pieces. This rook on c1, normally a castled rook is next to the king. This rook is already ventured on over to the queen side. So these players, they have a very fresh position with those fresh eyes that I mentioned. And I think that it's all about this c5 push for black. If Wenjun successfully executes that plan, she is not worse at all, and maybe she can even play for an advantage in the future.
Oh, that will be a very exciting prospect there for the Women's World Champion. And as we move out of the opening stage, I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a quick break. Take a breather and get ready for a lot more of the fun that is going to be coming in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. See you in a few.
Can you beat Magnus Carlsen? Okay, yeah, probably not. But what if we give him a few distractions? Can you beat Magnus while he's cooking? What if he's playing football? How about Magnus skiing? Surely you can beat him sleeping. Now there's a Magnus for everyone. This month on chess.com.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go Platinum to add unlimited game review or Diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
And we are back, and it might be cold in Wijk and Zee, but there is heat on the board as the players are in action for round 2 of the Tata Steel Masters and Tata Steel Chess Festival in general. And we are there following all the action. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it is a pleasure to be alongside, calling all the fire on the board with the one and only Grandmaster Robert Hass.
Ivanka, the pleasure's mine. I just have to say, you're being so polite, you're really being kind in your words, but I am having an absolutely fantastic time.
It's a blast, isn't it? Well, talking about a blast, it was a lot of fun yesterday because we had such a dramatic day. Shall we remind ourselves where we are in the standings?
We should indeed.
Well,
I want to see who was there, and 4 winners at the top.
And I mean, these players got off to a flying start. Alireza Firouzja defeating Jordan van Foreest, Nepomniachtchi playing a blinder against Max Warmerdam, Anish Giri winning that marathon game against Wenjun, and Wei Yi just showing how in form he is as he overcame Alexander Donchenko. It's so rare actually that the players start off, with 4 games being decisive out of 7 matches. That was just unbelievable.
People are saying, classical chess doesn't bring the fight. Wijk and Zee, Tata Steel, every single year, players in the field, they are invited here with the exception of the winner of the challenger section and presumably the reigning champion. They are invited in for good reason because they're fighters. They're always trying to slug it out. And we saw 4 wins yesterday, all of which were the player with the black pieces.
And that was just to make things even more spicy. And talking about spicy, maybe we can go back and take a look at some of those games that are happening right now. So let's check out that bird's eye view and see where the action is happening.
Okay, 7 boards, 14 players, all of the players still working hard, trying to figure out if there are pluses in their positions. We haven't looked at a few games, so Ivanka, there's so many different styles on display here. I don't know where to choose, so I'm going to put that task up to you. Sorry, I know I'm not being a good co-host.
Thank you very much. The pleasure is all mine. Actually, I'm really looking forward to seeing the encounter between 2 friends. I don't know whether they're rivals or not, but there's a lot of banter between them. It's the game slap bang in the middle between Anish Giri and Vidit. Now, Anish yesterday in his interview said he didn't really care about the outcome, but he did not want to lose because if he lost, he'd never hear the end of it. So I'm curious to see what happened there. I know the game started off in a rather peaceful way with the exchange Slav, but are we still in peaceful territory or is someone trying to get the upper hand?
Well, before I get into the chess, I guess that begs the question, is it worse to lose to your worst enemy or your best friend? Because if you lose to your worst enemy, you've already disliked them, you're going to continue to dislike them. But if you lose to one of your best friends, now you're never going to hear the end of it, and you usually meet for joyous occasions, but they're always going to be like, remember our last game, huh? I took you down. So I don't know, it's one of these philosophical questions that may remain unanswered.
I mean, if you lose to your enemy, there's always that motivation. There's that little dose of anger, and it will inspire you to work harder. Whereas there's nothing worse than losing to your best friend, especially if you have a very playful relationship. Like I know in my family, it was very important not to lose. So I'd play all these games against my brother. And, every time I lost, I would not hear the end of it. And the shame, it was terrible, Robert.
Well, yeah, that's a family dynamic. You don't want to lose to somebody that you're related to. But if I'm not mistaken, these 2 players, they haven't actually competed that much over the board, and there has been nothing separating them. They've played thrice, 3 draws.
Yeah. Yes, they have played each other, but didn't they play each other in where Vidit was winning? I don't want to call it a death match, but was it a grudge match? No, it was something where there were players, where they had a lot of spectators. But
It was a death match. Yeah, that's
you
what
were
it was
there.
called. At the
It was a
time.
death
I
match.
was there. Yeah, it was in Mumbai.
It sounded a bit gruesome because I was thinking death match, but I thought, no, don't go there, Yovi. But okay, it was a death match. Wow.
Well, when I hear the words deathmatch, this may be dating myself a little bit, but a celebrity deathmatch, that was the most ridiculous show where they had those little animated clay figures fighting each other. We don't need to talk about this. This is a family-friendly show, but for those of you who remember that, we really needed better things to do with our lives. But you asked the chess question, so I'm going to do that thing where I ever so subtly return to the chess. This position, we have our series of imbalances here, where white has a knight, black has a bishop. We don't have pawns directly in front of one another. In fact, Anish just was able to create a passed pawn, pushing it to c5. If it's captured, the pawn is recaptured back. But Yoga, does this remind you at all between the game between Jordan van Foreest and Alireza Firouzja? We actually have quite a similar dynamic.
It totally reminds me of that game. And there we do remember that Jordan van Foreest losing with the white pieces. He wasn't able to nurture that extra pawn, and it was Alireza who was able with that bishop to stir up a whole lot of counterplay and trick Jordan. And yeah, there's some kind of... I'm not a big fan of this pawn on c5. It's a little bit lonesome for my liking, because I can just kind of see a scenario where things get traded off and black will have that dream structure of perhaps a pawn on e5, f6 and g7, and all black needs to do is blockade the pawn on c5, corral it, and then go on to cause some counterplay, very much like the Alireza game on the king side, just to shake things up a bit.
It looks like black would be able to stabilize for sure. White may use that pawn to bother some of black's pieces, continue pushing it up the board. But I just want to kind of highlight something that you said, that the pawn does feel a little bit stranded on c5, and especially if you move it to c6 too early. So let's say black plays a move like queen e7 and you play c6. We could get into a scenario where black will just try to surround the pawn. I'm actually realizing, because of how the engine reacted, there could be an f5 move at any moment here, kicking the queen out of its place and winning this pawn on the spot. So if c6 is actually not immediately available because of these kind of tactics, I think that does indicate that black should be able to stabilize, booting the queen out of e4.
Yeah. And this kind of pawn push that you highlighted there, f6, f5, it's very, very thematic. Ideally, you want the pawn chain, but f6, f5 is a way just to get counterplay. I mean, you can also imagine that pawn stepping one move forward to f4, again, to open up lines. And you have to ask yourself, again, is that difference between the knight, that battle between the knight and the bishop? Still, a 3-result game. And I did see an interesting comment there that appeared that said that Vidit and Anish, they've worked together a lot in the past. And perhaps there's even rumors that Anish is now the second for Vidit, of Vidit playing in the candidates. Okay, I'm completely speculating here. But if the master, Anish, has now guiding the apprentice, Vidit, in their candidates, I mean, how is it like to play each other? I mean, are there certain openings that's going to be off limits? I mean, certain types of positions as well? Because if they've been working together, then Vidit and Anish will know each other's weaknesses and strengths.
It's a legitimate question, and I think part of the answer to that question is if we go back to the beginning of this game, and I'm just going to show the first few moves. We don't have to dive into the theory very much, because in this exchange Slav, which is the opening that we saw in this game, taking on d5 on the third move and playing bishop f4, you usually play this opening to avoid most of the theory. It's a symmetrical pawn structure, but white, you at the first move, you start a tempo ahead. And just to sort of quickly play through the moves so everybody can get a better sense of how we got to the live position, both sides developing their pieces quite naturally. The white queen steps out first, aiming towards b7 and at the central pawn on d5. And black says, I'm going to protect while attacking. We see some pieces retreating to block a check. All of this is well-known theoretical territory. So white has the pieces on very natural squares, but Ivanka, it does cost some time because you had to go queen b3, queen a4, and only then back to c2. It's kind of an odd opening series.
Yes, it is a little bit unusual, but I have seen Anish in these last few months adopt this type of play. Actually, incidentally, he does this against the young juniors. He chooses some weird and wonderful lines. Like I've seen him with like play e3 in d4 systems, but with e3, with even c3, with some queen b6, and he does this just to provoke them to play very aggressively in response to that. And if I were to just kind of say that there is one small, and I mean small because these kids are good, weakness that I've seen is that there's often too much of a desire to play aggressively, to play actively, and not just to wait and maintain the tension. And a lot of the guys like Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri, they're using this to their advantage.
It's a really good point because you want to win your chess games, of course, but you can't always be playing to win. Chess is an objective game. So if you're playing for a result, that is subjective, and you may not be seeing the board that clearly. This board is as clear as the beautiful cloudless night sky. I mean, look at white trying to bring their pieces out, develop, castle the king. So white's plans are quite natural here. Black has done nothing wrong. And as we saw this game continue, we saw development. We saw more development, and at this point in time, white castles, and black went after the bishop. So knights on the rim are dim, they say, but here the knights may be a bit pestersome to white's pieces. The bishop is now under attack. This knight can venture into c4. I like the way that Vidit handled the opening.
I like that too, and again, it's very instructive the way that knight comes to the edge of the board just to harass this bishop. I've often seen that a lot of people take a time out with the white pieces just to secure the bishop and actually just advance the h2 pawn 1 square in order to give that bishop a retreat square. You see this it's a very common idea in lower level tournaments, and I play it a lot. That's why I just wanted to mention that. I
It's
like my
the
bishop.
London system. Yeah, it's like the
Yes.
London system, and it's a beautiful bishop. And black does spend more time going after it, moving that knight a second time. The bishop steps forward. Black plays f6. I really want this bishop, and it was finally captured, but at the cost of some of the light squares. So the h7 pawn is loose. If you play h6, thank you very much for this wonderful g6 square. You can't be pushing all your pawns onto one color complex, but the knight came into c4. So this really has been a fascinating opening struggle. Knight takes b2 is a threat, removing the guard of this knight on c3. And so instead of taking on h7, white protects the knight on c3 to show everybody that knight takes b2, queen takes b2, and that's why the rook is necessary, because there are two black attackers, and now there are two white defenders. So everything is under control there. And yeah, Ivanka, I feel like as we see the knight reroute to d6, it's another instructive moment because you're a pawn grabber. Would you grab this pawn?
No, I'm not touching that one with a barge pole because first of all, I'm afraid of the bishop getting stranded out there. I mean, first up, after bishop takes pawn, f5 is the move that concerns me greatly because that bishop, yes, it has the g6 square, but after that, it's not going anywhere. You know, you can sit quite happily with your king on f8 and look at that rook.
Wow.
This is something wrong with my king f8.
I also thought king f8 was the right move. Somehow white has the upper hand here. Maybe it's just you are just in time to start going after some of black's pieces, because in some variations the knight on d6 is misplaced as the knight comes to e5. So king e7, is that the process of elimination move?
Yeah.
That apparently is the right move because it protects
that
the
is okay. Oh, okay, it protects the knight, and also in some variations maybe you're threatening king f6. But the whole point anyhow is that at the cost of the pawn, black has given themselves a ready-made attack along the h-line, and I think that was worth it. That cost was good.
It's definitely not a pawn that you should be grabbing. As hungry as some of us pawn grabbers are, that's a pawn that you'd rather leave on the board to keep the line close. So e4 was played. We saw a change in pawn structure. We saw some captures. And as we get to the live position, this is where the white pawn started marching forward. c5, and black played rook e8. This looks like it blunders a piece. c6 traps the bishop on its square, but that f5 tactic we just talked about saves the day for Vidit. This bishop is lost if not for this pawn push to f5. You distract the queen away from the c6 pawn, and black will scoop it up. It does cost you the dark squares. That's the benefit of having a knight versus a bishop in some positions, but a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is definitely a pawn. And I do feel that the momentum is actually going in Vidit's favor. I feel that the rook and the bishop, they will coordinate very nicely, and it's up to Anish now to find a solution for making some potential structural weaknesses, such as this pawn on c5, giving up squares. Yeah, that bishop c6 was primarily what I was thinking about. It's not an easy position for Anish by any means. And if we're to go back to the bird's eye view, talking about not easy positions, I'd love to check out the game between Alireza Firouzja and Maghsoodloo, his former countrymate. And it's there on the top left. Because what is this I see? Talking about pawn grabbing, Alireza is missing two of his pawns.
Okay, so this is the live position here. I had to do some quick math, but thank you for helping me out. White is 2 pawns down, but black is borderline a piece down. There is a lot of trouble in paradise here with some loose pieces in the position. So I think we should quickly rewind. I can see what opening this came from just by the contours of the position. But for many people, like, how did we get here? It started with a Berlin opening. So I'm quickly going to zoom through the first moves, just because the Berlin is played so much at the highest levels. And it was a capture on e4, rook e1. So none of the d4 main lines. Rook e1 is a very solid approach because you don't have to change the pawn structure. We now are back to symmetrical territory. Bishop e7 blocking the open file. And then we saw the bishop retreat back to f1. The bishop was, in fact, under attack there, so it moves back to its starting square. And Ivanka, as these pieces get traded here, it looks completely symmetrical, but black's pieces are a little awkwardly placed.
Yeah, they are a little bit awkwardly placed. And but if you give black a few more moves, the knight will move out of the way. There will be some kind of c6, d5. The bishop will move away from e7. So white has to do something now. And it's very trendy these days to play in the exact same way that Alireza has played.
He starts with d4, opening up the dark square bishop. Bishop f6, rook slides back, it was under attack, and let's fight for the open file. It's the only open file on the board, and here is where it gets spicy. Bishop f4, saying, I don't care about the pawn on d4, and you can see that many games in this variation are drawn. That's the bar to the left of our board here. It's not an evaluation, it's actually historical database of games, and white has the upper hand in those games. Rook takes e1, queen takes e1, and bishop not takes on d4 yet. He starts with knight to e8, so the bishop can't capture that knight, and only after knight c3 will this bishop take on d4. So, Ivanka, you're a pawn grabber. I'm going to keep asking you these questions. Do you like grabbing this central pawn?
Yes, absolutely. Why not? And here I'm going to quote Yasser like you did yesterday. If you're going to die, why not die on a full stomach? I absolutely think that when it comes to these type of positions, you've got to start eating those pawns. So, yep, I'm not going to be shaken out of my life philosophy just yet.
Okay, bishop takes d4. Give me your central pawn. Knight to d5. It's aiming at the c7 pawn, which is defended. But just want to show a little tactical shot here that you always need to be careful when your king does not have luft. What is luft? It's space for your king to escape a check on the rank. So if you play, say, pawn to a6, and you see the evaluation change completely, it's because this c7 pawn is vulnerable. I can take this pawn on c7, and after it takes, bishop takes c7, your queen cannot accept this free bishop because checkmate ends the game on the spot. You need space for your king to escape.
Yeah. A very, very instructive tactical idea there, using the back rank to net the pawn on c7. So obviously Maghsoodloo doesn't want a piece to arrive on c7, so that's why he goes d6, blocking the coordination from the knight and the bishop. But Alireza, he's known for his dynamism and says, you know what, the knight on e8 is still vulnerable. There's still ideas of back rank mate, and so off he goes again. And yeah, I think that, again, I'm looking at the database, I'm asking whether this has been played before, and yes, it has been played. Bishop to g5, just keeping the momentum going.
Right, another bishop sacrifice, because the back rank checkmate that we just saw, it's the same exact concept. So f6 is played, and I think this is another good moment to pause, because the bishop is hanging on g5, that's true, and so white has to move the bishop again. But look at all the weak squares in black's position, e7 and e6, and the queen is on e1, perfectly situated on an open file. Black has not developed the queen side, so this is what we talk about, compensation for sacrifice material. And it's not just one pawn. It became two in a hurry, and the rook slides to kick the bishop back. It goes to e5, and Ivanka, I have to say, I love the look of this position for white. The bishop is being kicked around. Yes, it can give a check on d4, but it means that black is not going to be able to develop so easily. And it appears that Parham didn't actually go bishop check. He made the move bishop to e6, and we can see the evaluation bar completely react, saying that was quite a big mistake with attacking the knight on d5.
Well, interestingly enough, again, I'm asking the databases, has this move been played before? And according to my database, it hasn't been played. It's a novelty. The most popular move was, yes, to go on a counterattack, but in a different way. It's actually to pick up the c-pawn, move it one square forward, attack the knight.
Ooh, so I guess the bishop isn't loose on e6 like it is probably going to be in the game. That if you don't take this bishop on e5, you have to move your knight somewhere, but you're backtracking, and I don't think you can afford to do that when black is up a couple pawns. And if you take this bishop on e5 first, and we take this knight on d5, it feels like black barely has everything together. It still looks risky to my eyes, but Ivanka, you have the database in front of you. It seems that black is able to hold on.
Yeah, black is holding off, but I'm looking at the stats, and the stats are kind of 58% in white's favor.
Wow.
So these two pawn sacrifices, they definitely have some venom, and yeah, it is a very risky position for black. But let's get back to the game continuation. We've seen Alireza take a pause after the new move, bishop e6, and one again has to put themselves in Alireza's shoes. He knows that c6 is the main line. It's been studied before. Is Parham just winging it, or is this some kind of deep preparation?
I'm looking to the clocks, right to the left of the board. That's a funny thing to say, right to the left. To the left of the board, immediately to the left. And Parham has spent quite a lot of time. He is quite a quick player, usually. So the fact that he's burned so much clock and made a move that earned the question mark glyph from the Chess.com game review feedback, I think that's a problem here, that the analysis is saying that it's not a good move. I think for white, you can just develop your bishop to c4, protecting your knight. If this bishop were to move, there's only one safe square, bishop d4 check, the king slides to the corner, and now you have some serious difficulties. You actually, tactically speaking, have to move your bishop again. Queen d7, trying to defend the bishop, loses on the spot. You see the evaluation bar go all the way up. Knight takes f6 check. Now there's a check to both the king and the queen. Sure, you can take this knight, but you lose the bishop with check to both the king and the queen once more. So loose pieces are dropping off. And Ivanka, if that's the case, and black in this variation has to play bishop to f7.
f7.
It feels like white is the one on the offensive.
That is true. Definitely white is on the offensive. There is momentum there. But black is 2 pawns up. So white will be looking at concrete moves. And so the first move, like in this particular position, is, okay, what is white going to be doing next? Is it going to be rook takes b7? Is it going to be knight e7 check? is it going to be asking questions to the dark squared bishop?
That's actually my favorite thing that you mentioned. I think queen e4, just keeping all of the options alive. And you're attacking this bishop, you are allowing your rook to slide to e1. And I'll just put this on the board. There are also tactics with this h7 pawn being a bit vulnerable as well, that if we trade bishops ever on the light squares, the h7 pawn would drop. So all sorts of issues. Let's say we drop our bishop back to b6. You already see the evaluation bar go all the way up. I think that I can probably grab this h7 pawn in a number of ways, honestly. I could take this bishop on b6. I wouldn't go for that. I would probably give this check, and I might even be able to just play rook e1 here and just say, I have all this firepower going against your king.
And the queen is going to worm its way into h7 regardless of whether there's a pawn there or not. And oh my god, Black's king is in trouble.
Everywhere.
Hang on
just hunted.
That was a pretty forcing line. Hang on, let's rewind a little bit and let's just establish, is Parham in serious trouble? Hang on, so f4, you have to do as you indicated. Bishop c4. Bishop c4 makes a lot of sense. Bishop, and then here is you have to move the dark square bishop.
Is there that c6 move? I think just knight takes f6 check looks problematic.
Yeah, it does look problematic. Yes. So it feels like Black doesn't have that many options other than bishop d4. King moves to h1. That is natural. And then bishop f7. I mean, if you step forward with the queen to d7, then as you've highlighted, you've got like those tactical tricks, knight f6. So that is a big X. Can't do that. How else are you going to defend? It's ridiculous to kind of go king f7. That's like a no-go. I'm not even going to analyze that one because the king is not a good defender like this. So what else are you going to do unless you're willing? No, you can't even allow us a discovered check because the knight will then give a check and attack the rook on a8. So you have to go bishop f7.
Yes, process of elimination, bishop f7. And so queen e4. Maybe there's a better move for Black than bishop to b6, but it looks really tough here.
Yeah. What else is there? I mean, maybe now it's the counter-attacking c6.
Yeah.
But
okay. Doesn't hate it. So that's a good sign. We found some improvements here where the game is not immediately losing for Black, but the eval bar is still really high here. And I imagine that I can still go for the similar idea with knight e7 check. Rook takes b7, by the way, tactically speaking, looks quite sharp. Because if you take this knight, I take here. And if we see this bishop is under attack, this bishop is under attack, trades do result in material equality, it would appear, and white should be better here, but Black's king at least isn't getting checkmated. Yeah,
at least Black is surviving, but it's not much of a game for Black, I have to say, just groveling around. So it just means that Parham's position is just teetering on the brink of disaster. Wow.
I think this shows that in these types of variations, where it's a forcing set of moves, you need to know the theory completely. Otherwise, you are in big trouble. And White's moves are not particularly difficult. And bishop c4, as a starting point, this is protecting your knight in the center. It's getting your bishop on the same diagonal as the enemy king. So White's moves actually come quite naturally for the most part. Black's defensive moves seem really difficult to find.
That is true. I mean, we happen to see bishop c4 because it makes a lot of sense, introducing a new piece into the attack. But is there any possibility that Alireza has been seduced by pawn takes bishop and then pawn takes f6?
In some variations, actually in the c6 variation, that's what you go for. So sometimes players do mix up their variations in their head. They're like, this is my preparation. It's the framework I've worked on. But then they actually forget which line is which. I think here Alireza makes such a strong calculator. these kind of aggressive positions are his calling card. Bringing another piece into the attack, it just feels like his style. And I do think it's a very important lesson. I just want to show he plays bishop c4, one line quickly, and they gave an exclamation point, by the way, for bishop c4. In this variation here, a lot of us would want to play rook takes b7. You're down 2 pawns, your rook's in line with a free pawn, and you would take this pawn thinking, all right, I stole some material. But you actually see the evaluation say, no longer does white have an edge. And I think amongst other moves, there are regrouping ideas with queen to d7 to get this rook in the game. That is one idea that comes to my mind. I think that you can think about putting your bishop on a safe square, either b6 or c5, just to keep it defended. So I think that you don't want to give black time here. The material is less important than playing with the momentum that you have been able to accrue.
Yeah, a very important point there. It's not about winning back the material, but it's instead keeping in mind the goal. And the goal is just to checkmate, make uncomfortable the king. Well, that is a very exciting game. Maybe we should take a pause and head back to the bird's eye view where we can see how the other games are developing.
Let's do it. And we don't envy Parham's task here. Is there any position that you do envy? Any advantage for a player or a position that looks good to your eyes?
Have we seen all the... I think we should perhaps check out the all-Dutch derby between Van Foreest and Warmerdam. These two, again, talking about players that work together. They have worked together. Max Warmerdam has been a second for Jordan Van Foreest and also Anish Giri. Very dangerous young player.
And I love the position that we have in front of us. So thank you for picking this game. We haven't looked at it, but that's not because it hasn't been interesting. Look at this last move. Queen darts to a5, putting pressure on the a7 pawn. White has a big center. So without even knowing what opening this came from, I really not clear to me based on the pawn structure. I like White's current position because he's going on the offensive.
Yeah, I like White's position as well. And for me, it's mainly about this ability that White has of playing e3, e4, grabbing the center, and just locking out that bishop from play. And also looking at the a7 and c7 points, as you've highlighted, that looks a bit tasty. It's a scary position for black.
And black could easily blunder in a position like this.
Yeah.
This pawn on a7 is just under attack. And as you said, let's say I make the very logical king to b8. When you've castled queenside in general, you often want to play a move like king b1 or king b8 to sidestep any checks to get your king more towards the corner, because minor pieces, they like to be in the center. So being in the corner with your king makes your king feel a little bit safer. But as you point out, Ivanka, e4, White's not just playing for checkmate. You're playing for strategic dominance.
Yes. And actually, there I also wanted to play for checkmate, Robert. I'm a simple person. Once the bishop steps back to g6, I also wanted to switch direction with the bishop and maybe retreat it to e3. And I'm obsessed with sacrificial ideas such as playing knight to c6, open up the king, back it up with d5. I want it all.
I thought you were a nice person. This is vicious. Like, this is just going for the kill, and it's a good idea, this bishop on e3, just to show everybody that it's kind of natural to blunder in a position like this, because this is a checkmating threat. And if you say, oh, I have this b6 move in between, oh, you'll move your queen and still try to checkmate, you see the advantage change hands. So it's not actually about the checkmate. It's also about pieces dropping off. I can take your bishop. Your queen is under attack, so black takes White's queen. White returns the favor and is a piece ahead.
Black is playing chess. White is playing checkers.
I feel like usually the side with the advantage is the one playing chess, though, right? So
I know. That's why I couldn't wait to turn it around.
Oh, well, while checkers is also a fun game, I'm not sure if Max is having the most fun playing chess in this top event. He was invited into the Masters group after playing in the Challenger section in the past. He is trying to prove his mettle amongst these top players. Jordan also lost the first game. but he has that experience on his side. Jordan has won this very event, his biggest accomplishment to date in his whole career, and I just don't like the layout of this position. I feel like black is in serious danger.
I completely agree. I feel that black is in huge danger. I mean, there's just 3 pieces already looking their way towards black king. And as we know, when it comes to attacking the king, 3 is a magic number. And white's position just looks so simple to play, you know. Block out the light square bishop, maybe introduce one of those roving rooks, rookie d3 to swing over, and there's just no good connection for the black queen just to hop over to the queen side to assist her king. And yeah, knight takes knight. Maybe this is a good antidote, actually, because the idea is based on if pawn takes knight, then bishop will come to c5, and then the bishop can do some legwork in defending the black king. And if you're going to make moves such as bishop takes bishop, well, trading off minor pieces will certainly help black.
Yes, trading off these pieces, especially if it distracts the white queen away, there's no longer any sort of attack against the a7 pawn. You can make a move like f6 and reroute your bishop, so black would be able to stabilize. In fact, black was better according to the EVA bar in this position, so maybe there's some funny move here that black can use, but it's clear that black at minimum is not worse. So pawn takes e5, to my eyes, that looks by far the most natural. And maybe it's that simple that we were looking at the attack, we were playing king to b8, but sometimes you miss these simple captures in the center, bishop to c5, and white's pawn structure is worse. So white's activity is nice, and you can shut down the bishop, but in endgames, black may have the upper hand thanks to the healthy, undoubled pawns, the c7 pawn, compared to these doubled e pawns.
Yeah. Very nice defense there from Max Warmerdam. And we'll keep an eye on this game as well and come back to it. But in the meantime, let's go back to the bird's eye view, because there is one game that we haven't checked out, and it's the Battle of Prodigies. It is between Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa, and that is top right corner. It was hiding away there in the background, but I've got my eyes on it right now.
It's one of those moments where you think about some players, they really shine under the spotlight. Other players, they're like, let me succeed in my corner over here, leave me alone, and then once I win all my games, then you can focus on me. And these two players, they're used to winning many games. Nodirbek with the white pieces, with the pair of bishops. But what is this bishop doing on b7 over there? Why is it in no man's land?
Yeah, I don't know what it did there. I think it did a little bit of a hit and run, grabbed a pawn on b7. I'm just going to count the pieces because I've often fallen foul of this. When you come in fresh to a position, you think all is great, and then someone points out, well, actually, you're playing a pawn down, and you think, oh, well, did not do that. But yeah, the material is level. The bishop on b7 is under fire. Okay, and well, white now has to go on a rescue mission and get that bishop out of dodge. So, okay, how to do that? The first move that comes to mind is queen e6. Although, I have this rule in chess that your queen, especially when your king is potentially under fire, your queen should always be on hand to assist the king. Queens are amazing attackers, but they're even better defenders as well, especially if you're in trouble. They can alleviate some of the pressure. If the queen on a6, it can get back and help out the king. So as long as you have that, then the queen is fine to go to a6. Because the moves that concern me, for instance, so if you were to... I can't really put my queen in a good defensive square. But yeah, the move that concerned me was queen h3 for black.
This just looks actually devastating. I don't
know
how.
Actually, that's devastating. So queen a6 is a bad move. I forgot about the other knight coming to f3. I was just thinking knight to g4, but yeah.
Too many possibilities here.
Yes. Okay, well, hang on a second. That means that the bishop on b7 can't be defended, so therefore there needs to be a counterattack, right?
You can move it to
or bishop a6.
That also looks ugly for the similar reasons. Maybe, just maybe, you're in time, but I just want to show a piece sacrifice line. I haven't actually calculated it, but rook takes d4. Oh, it does work out. Rook takes d4, queen takes d4, and with knight g4 coming, this h2 pawn's in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. This is where if white were able to magically go queen to g2, all is good. But yeah, you're not. So again, good life advice. If you're defending your king, keep the queen close to her king.
It's so true that if this queen could get to g2, black would just be down a piece. But without the queen getting back there, with another piece entering the party, a bishop to c5 eventually, queen takes h2, with queen h1 to follow, you can see that the evaluation is in black's favor. And just to make some kind of sample moves, let's say I make what looks like a normal developing move, you already see the eval bar go all the way down. And I actually think that at an easy decision could be to win a rook in the corner. There might be something even better, but you can take material if you want it.
Absolutely. Grab material, put it in the bank, as I like to say. And okay, well, this means that there's potential trouble. Bishop a6 doesn't look appetizing, queen h3. So what about the idea of going on the counterattack? And I was looking at moves like bishop e3, but then I was thinking, really? Does the king have to come out and wander onto the board? I mean, maybe you can get away with it. I mean, bishop
check.
e3. Yeah, king and then you go king g2 and you give a cough. No, and you say, I realize I'm not very proud of my position, but...
It's funny because it's not that bad for white. It looks terrible. This looks like almost a checkmate, but the king can successfully run back. At the very least, black can steal a pawn with check and say, I'm a pawn ahead. I can try to win this game, but somehow it's not a winning advantage for black. The king has put on its running shoes. It's gone up the board and back around and will return to f1 after the queen takes on b2. So, Ivanka, this doesn't look good. So you know that Nodirbek doesn't want to do that. I think potentially I might blunder. So let's see. Okay, I was looking at the pin along the d file, and I was thinking you can't take back with your knight on c6. The bishop covers the f3 check, and if you take with the queen on c6, now the knight on d4 can be captured by the rook. This still looks pleasant to black, for me because of some of the pressure against the white king. But if you can trade the queens off the board, then for sure white is not feeling too much stress.
Yes, I definitely think that black needs to maintain the queens on the board, and Praggnanandhaa will certainly do that. Incidentally, it's a kind of clash of styles between these two. Nodirbek with a universal, more positional style, whereas Pragg is mainly about calculation, just playing the most principled, aggressive moves.
And these are both young players who have defeated Magnus Carlsen on several occasions. So both of them have proven, especially in the rapid chess time controls, that they can compete with the world's #1. And Nodirbek Abuzataro was very impressive in the Champions Chess Tour finals. He made it to the semis. He bowed out to Wesley So. And for Praggnanandhaa, his classical chess, in fact, in the year 2023, his rating improved greatly. He made it to the finals of the World Cup, where he lost to Magnus Carlsen, but he beat both Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana along the way. So both of these players are stars of the game.
They certainly are stars, and they have incredible futures ahead of them. Praggnanandhaa, of course, just getting sponsorship as well, going to compete in the candidates. He could even be the next world champion. Who knows?
Ding Liren probably won't be happy if that were the case, because Ding, the current world champion, awaits the winner of the much anticipated candidates tournament. That will be a real barn burner. Not clear who is the favorite amongst the 8 players in that field. So that should be a fun contest a couple months from now.
Yeah, I can't wait for that event, actually. It's going to be super exciting to see all these young players and players that I had really not anticipated ever being in the candidates, like Abasov. I'll be honest with you, I Vidit has always been an impressive player for me, but I would never have dreamt that he'd been in the candidates. But yeah, he's there after a sensational year. And bishop c6 indeed played.
I wonder if Praggnanandhaa has some tactics up his sleeve. Just quickly, I wanted to note that in the position we were talking about, and we can talk more about the candidates as well, but in this position, I was thinking bishop c5 is a cool move to keep the queens on the board and aim for the white king side. There's a lot left in this game. We did just see the queen take on c6 and the rook capture on d4, but I'm wondering if bishop c5 is the follow-up here. I would be nervous for both players, honestly. Black is down a pawn, but white's king is feeling a bit breezy.
Yeah, bishop c5 is a great call there, Robert, because the most obvious move, rook takes rook, is just going to lose on the spot because of your tactic that you've highlighted. Bishop takes pawn, and what is that we see? The loose queen on c4 is going to fall off.
It's always important for everyone watching that when there are two pieces that move in the same direction with a piece in front of them, think about what happens when that piece in between them moves out the way. So you often want to deliver a check because then you force your opponent's hand to deal with that check, and then you could scoop up the material. So when there is a stare down like this, it can be a rook in line with a queen, it can be a bishop in line with a bishop, with something in between them. It doesn't matter what is in between and what's on the other side, but look to see what happens when a piece jumps out, especially if you can land a check.
Yep, and just looking at the live board, you can see that Pragg has made the move, and promptly, and this is the trademark of when you think you've played a great move, you leave the board and you say, deal with that one, my friend.
They may be friends, but across the board from one another, they are definitely not on friendly terms today, and they're both trying to score an important point. They drew their games yesterday, so they would like to join people who have won a game. I do think that there's a forcing variation that is less exciting for the fans, but because the bishop on c5, remember, what happens when the piece moves out the way? Black's queen is also undefended, so the bishop can't take the rook. I'm seeing some kind of future where we get a situation where the stare down continues, and then maybe we actually see some trades here where it takes, the queen takes, you take with check over here, and then we get an endgame with even amount of material. 2 rooks, a knight, and 4 pawns per side. And that looks level, but with pawns not on symmetrical lines, there could be chances to outplay your opponent.
Yeah. And, well, certainly, if the game continues down that line, well, we're looking at a peaceful result now, maybe. But what a show of fireworks. Well, I think it's time for us to take a quick break. But certainly don't go anywhere, because if these games are anything to go by, we are going to see a lot more action, a lot more fireworks on the board. See you in a few minutes.
It's crazy.
Oh my God.
I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth.
Turn the thermostat up. Please, no milk. No milk. No f***ing milk, James.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Here we go.
And here we go.
Oh man, we battled a lot in the... It's like you letting me take it, bro? We get...
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the...
You know what? Now you gotta eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Ah. Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Right.
man. Oh. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy. Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like
Correct.
kind of tastes like.
You know what? That's exactly what it would taste like.
I'm rolling up mine. We got the end game with the chips. This is
Hey,
torture.
which one do I want? Okay. None of these. I'm back.
I like how silent psychological battle. Nobody's drank milk yet.
Right.
We're like, okay. All right. Word looks different when you high on spice.
Oh man. That boy hitting different. Oh, shit's kind of hot to be chilling like that. It's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! Oh!
Let's check.
Oh my God, I lost some time! No!
Oh, sorry, what?
Oh my God!
You know. Okay, so the problem is, I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, it creeps up on you. Yep, now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
On my hand.
Please.
No milk.
No milk.
No milk. We're doing this with no milk. No fucking milk, James. So I have two brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yep.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We ask them, I'm like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk, son. No milk. I'm gonna feel that for a few days, 2 hours.
Bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right when all the spices and
No,
stuff.
man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers. Same time next week?
Sure. It's a date.
Hello and welcome back, and we are back with round two. We are back in the scenic coastal village of Wijk, and say, look at that scenery. The players are in for a treat. And talking about the players back in the playing hall, they are slugging it out in the opening rounds of Tata Steel Masters. Yesterday, the players began with a flourish, with 4 out of the 7 games finishing in decisive results. And if any of these positions that we are seeing on the board right now in round 2 are anything to go by, well, we can expect more of the same. I'm International Master Ivan Kahauska, and as always, it's been such a privilege and a pleasure so far. I'm here with the one and only Grandmaster Robert Hess.
It's a treat for me, Ivanka, both commentating with you and because of these awesome games. I mean, Wijk starts the chess year off right. It's the first big super grandmaster classical event of the year, it's also a huge festival, right? We have all of these sections. There's the Masters, the Challengers, some round robin events, some open tournaments. So I think that it's just such a lovely occasion every year. I've been several times myself, so I'm glad to see Wijk back in action this January.
Yeah, it is this first Super Grandmaster tournament of the year. And like you say, it's a legendary event. And guess what, Robert? We've had legends actually playing and winning this event. Take a look at this list of former Tata Steel champions. Now, at the top, winning a massive 8 times is Magnus Carlsen. Of course, can this man just not win anything? And then we have Vishy Anand as well. But Magnus isn't actually playing this year.
Disappointing, I think, for many of the fans of Magnus Carlsen. I think competitors always want to play against Magnus Carlsen. They don't like losing to the guy, but it is the best challenge you can get. And I just love the list of names here. Vishy Anand, Levana Ronin, these are modern players. People are familiar with them, but former world champion Max Ava, Victor Korchnoi, maybe the best player to not become world champion, and Lajos Portish, a superstar player. If you look through candidates of the past, interzonals, all the top tournaments, Portish, his name is amongst the others who could make a claim for some of the best players of all time who didn't quite make it to that world championship throne.
Yes, some incredible names there. But as mentioned, there is one big name that is missing from this event, Magnus Carlsen. Now, the last time he didn't play was in 2014, and I wonder whether his absence is because he likes patterns, and he's decided that 9 times out of 10, he's going to be playing in Tata. But nonetheless, he might not have been here, but he did have a message for the participants.
Hey, I just wanted to say good luck to all the participants in Tata this year. I'm skipping this year. I'm taking a much needed vacation, but I'll be back to beat all of your asses pretty soon.
Oh my!
Oi! Now that's a sting, isn't it? He's allowed to say that because he did win 8 Tata Steel events. But, well, I wonder what the other players think when they see that.
I think they understand that Magnus Carlsen, one, is the best player in the world. Ding Liren has the title of current world champion, and we're excited that he has made his triumphant return to the board. But I think that for Magnus, he trolls. He has a good time with it. I don't think he means it in any other way but a sporting way. And Ding Liren, he's somebody who doesn't care how the title is won. He wants to win more tournaments. He said it himself in that interview with Peter Dockers.
He certainly said, he thinks, it's great that he's world champion. He's ready to defend it. He's ready to get back in the ring after that hiatus. And that we can see the players, you can see Vidit deep in thought as he plays his friend, Anish Giri. And in the background, we also see 4-time women's world champion, Wenjun, fighting it out against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
This is a big matchup. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the previous 2 candidates tournaments, playing in the candidates tournament in just a couple of months as well. He's had his hands full in this game against women's world champion Wenjun, and we actually have seen a completely different position from where we left it. We are into a queenless endgame, so Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to try to work his magic in the endgame, and unfortunately, Ivanka, yesterday, when Wenjun played against Anish Giri, it was an endgame. She ended up losing that long battle, so she may have unhappy memories there.
Yes. So shall we take a look at this position? And I can see you've been hard at work and you've got it up there already. Thank you. And, well, what do we make of this particular position? Because when we left it, we were really liking what Ju was doing. She was playing some natural moves, putting her pieces on good squares. And I did glance at the position earlier on, and I thought, everything is fine. She doesn't have a problem. But in this particular situation, there are a few things that concern me. And I'm concerned by the fact that white's pieces are in good squares. The knight is on c4, eyeing up a5, tying down the rook. And my maths ain't that great, but I do know that knight is worth 3. A rook is worth 5. That rook should be exploring avenues on open lines, not limited itself to defending the a5 pawn. And another thing that does concern me, it doesn't concern me right now, but it's something I would be worried about every move, is the fact that Zhu has played g5, which means that she always has to be careful that h2, h4, this pawn break, opening up another line on the other side of the board, is not going to be good for white. I mean, she always has to be considering that possibility. And that's tiresome.
It is exhausting, and we saw that exhausting endgame against Anish Giri. Very difficult to defend practically, even if the engine says, no, it should be a draw. Proving it, that's the biggest challenge. And right now, the engine is suggesting that black really isn't much worse. Maybe this is a moment where we can first retrace the steps of the game and then bring ourselves to the present, because we did like black's position. I thought it was stable when we left, and it was at this moment here, knight to b8. So Ivanka, it looks like quickly the light square bishops were traded. A good plan that we discussed for Jan. A capture on g2. And look at Jan go. He took our words to heart. We said queenless position is what white wants. Queenless position is what we got.
Yep. And yeah, we did ask for this. We asked for lots of things, and we actually got everything. We wanted black to play c5, and Zhu is getting that. We wanted an endgame. It's on the board. The players, they're channeling our thoughts.
And that's usually a good sign, and at least for us, it means that we're suggesting good things. But I want to point out that c5 is a break, and the engine says that it's an even position. But there's much more to it than just being a dead draw. There's so much life left in the position. And as we fast forward to this queenless position, and with the trades that happened on c5, the problem wasn't just the c7 pawn. And I learned a lot about this when I was younger, talking to legends like Yasser Seirawan, is oftentimes players, when they're growing and improving, they think about weak pieces rather than weak squares. And the c6 square is one that white would like to venture his pieces into. The c4 square is where the knight ended up landing. So this pawn on b4 is actually overextended. And in many positions, you prefer it to be back on b7 so you could cover your bases. Not available with that pawn out on b4. So as we saw more trades, just want to highlight bishop takes b4 would not be a free pawn. It would be a huge blunder, because knight takes b3, a trade of knights, then wins the bishop on b4. Another thematic tactic of what pieces are on the same diagonal, what happens when the piece gets out the way. So Ivanka, it seems like we did just get some trades, but trades does not mean we're heading towards a draw. It was just heading towards a position where white has the pull.
Yeah. White certainly does have the pull, and going back to your idea, I mean, it's not even easy to maintain that bishop on c5, and that's why we see her step back. But this concedes the c line. So again, when you play the game of equivalence, whose rook is better? Well, it's white's rook that is better. And then whose knight has more potential? White's knight has a lot of potential if it parks itself on c4, which, as we saw, it will do. And when it comes to bishops, I would perhaps say that black still has the slightly preferable bishop, because the bishop at least has a target on b2. And look at Nepomniachtchi go. The knight gets to c4. And there we do see Zhu just consolidating her pawn structure there by playing f6. But still, h2, h4 is a potential break that she will have to have her eye on for the whole game. Oh, and there you can see g4.
I like it. Your idea with h4 at the first position, and that's why I think it's so important to highlight what you're saying, that in the initial position, h4 didn't look so possible because the bishop stared all the way down that diagonal. But playing f6 reinforced the g5 pawn, freed up your bishop to do other things besides defend the pawn, but it also blocks the diagonal. So now rook h1 followed by h4. It's a very legitimate try that if white gets tired of operating on the c file, can swing right over and push that pawn.
Yes. Yeah, and suddenly that's a new avenue that Black will have to take care about. And again, just to highlight, the rook on a6 is not a great piece. It's just defending the pawn on a5. And it's not easy for Zhu to even deal with this pressure against that particular pawn, because if she steps that pawn forward with a5, a4, then the b4 pawn is weak. And Nepomniachtchi can be really flexible and say, you know what, got a new target in mind. It's that b4 pawn. So it's definitely a comfortable position for Jan, but holdable. And we mustn't forget that one of Zhu's biggest strengths is her endgame play, as she showed in the Women's World Championship match last year.
And her position may be a bit passive, but she has everything under control. So she is playing a nice game, and that's why Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's trying to create inroads elsewhere. The c-file, it's closed because the knight is on its best square. In fact, rook jumping the knight over to c8. Now we're talking about serious chances for white if that rook were active. But no, the knight is actually in its path, hitting the a5 pawn, but blocking your own rook. So going rook h1, h4, this could just be scary. I think oftentimes in positions like this, I know myself personally, I start seeing ghosts. We don't have the evaluation bar as players. We have it as commentators, but they don't see, oh, it's only 0.2 better for white. I'm fine. You think, uh-oh, here comes h4. The rook gets the line. Is my king going to have to go to g7? But if my king goes to g7, does that invite the opening of the c-file and the rook getting involved? It sounds like I'm joking when I'm just speed running these thoughts, but that's often what goes through players' minds is, where do my pieces belong? Do I have the time to get the pieces to those squares, or is my opponent going to be able to execute a very important plan that I can't really control?
Yeah, and an important psychological point, though, to add as well, is that the human mind can only withstand so much pressure. And at some point, someone is going to budge. Someone is going to blink first and make the mistake, perhaps ease the tension too quickly. It's, in my experience, it tends to be 20, 30 moves. I mean, I've watched a lot of the top players play very fast chess, sometimes with no increment. And I see them playing 20 good moves, and then at some point, someone loses it. I mean, you physically see them panicking over the board. You see that their brain is no longer working. And then the other one also cracks as well. Then it just becomes a random thing. Who is going to be successful? But I mean, it is something that once you understand human psychology, you can play on.
Yes, and we saw it actually Zhu Wenjun yesterday against Anish Giri. That moment he played h5, you could see it on her face. She did not seem composed any longer, and she is trying to maintain that composure as she analyzes the position with her head very close to the board. And I want to give a quick shout out to all the fans at the festivals. These are chess players who flock to Wijk and Zee, who want to watch the top players in action. And they also participate in their own events as well. So it's a glorious time to be had. If you've never been to Wijk and Zee and you are a chess lover who can make that journey, please do. And there's a challenger section right behind the master section here. And then even behind the challenge section, you see all the fans who are playing in their own events.
Yes, and talking about the Challenger section, it's its own event. 14 players there as well. Headlining that event, it's America's own Hans Niemann. If he wins that event, he will get a spot into next year's Masters event. And also, we see a lot of observers, but you're completely right. It's not just the Masters and the Challengers. There is as well a qualifiers event. And the winner of that qualifiers event will get a spot in the Challengers.
And some of the participants, even in the Masters section, they worked their way through the Challengers, like Alexander Donchenko, who won that to get to this year's Masters. But Jordan van Foreest grew up playing in all of these tournaments. When he was a very young kid, he was playing in some of these more amateur sections for non-professionals or for players who are not as highly rated. So for Jordan van Foreest, Wijk and Zee is kind of like a home away from home. I mean, Vishy Anand, we saw how many times he's won this event. He's often said that he spent more time in Wijk and Zee than in his own home, it seems like, because he has spent years of time in Wijk and Zee. That's not even an exaggeration. When you play an event 20 or so times and you're spending 3 weeks at a time or more, it adds up very quickly.
Totally. And you mentioned home, and there are two players I'm taking a look. at the bird's eye view, I'm taking a look at all the games. I can see there are two players who are feeling very homely. There's not that many pieces on the board. Two good friends. Anish Giri against Vidit. It's the game right in the middle. Take a look.
And
it's going to be a very peaceful outcome.
I was going to ask you and play on the joke that the public loves. Are we at home because it's going to be a draw? And we see another draw, by the way. Ding Liren held to a draw by Alexander Donchenko. That's a bit of an upset, if you will, because Ding with the white pieces, he would be a heavy favorite in that matchup.
Yes, I hadn't even noticed that one. Yeah, that one is a very calm draw. A rook and 2 pawns against a rook and 2 pawns. So a solid start for Ding and Alexander Donchenko after his loss yesterday off the scoring board, on the scoring board now. And another game that's probably going to finish is the one we've highlighted. Two friends, friendly result there. So no banter involved. And you kind of predicted the outcome of another game. If we're going to go over to the top right in the bird's eye view.
Okay, yeah, we just wanted to show that here it looks like, completely even material. Just 3 pawns versus 3 pawns. We could see a rook trade at any moment, and there's just not enough material remaining for either side to make progress. You can see it on Anish's face too. He's like, when is this game going to end? It is a draw. Well played, my friend.
I must admit, I had already just taken a look at the position and just gone, yeah, draw, move along now. I was done. And that one is finishing in a draw. But the one I kind of wanted to compliment you on your prediction skills is on the top right between Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Praggnanandhaa. There was like a flurry of tactics, very sharp play, but it does seem to have fizzled out in exactly the same way that you mentioned. A rook and knight, double rook and knight endgame, but there is a pawn imbalance. White does have that passed pawn on the queen side, black has the same on the king side. Is this just going to be a straightforward draw, or do you think the players will actually try and make something of it? I'm thinking primarily white.
Oftentimes I would say, they're just going to make a draw, but then you said the player with the white pieces, that is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who always fights. There's a very funny story that happened in the other Tata Steel event in Calcutta in the Rapid and Blitz in India, where he was playing against Alexander Grishuk, and Grishuk offered Nodirbek a draw. Grishuk was up a pawn in an endgame, and Nodirbek said no. Like he wanted to draw from a very clearly, objectively worse but holding position because he wanted to play on. It was speed chess, so it's different. But Nodirbek has proven over the years that he always is willing to fight. He has that Magnus Carlsen style where most players would just shake hands, make a draw. But he wants to play on. He wants to prove it. This game, though, to answer your question more succinctly, it does look like it has the tendency to be a draw, but with that last move, rook e5 and potentially rook a5, you have to be very careful when you have an isolated pawn.
Yeah, you totally have to be very careful. I'm sorry, I'm still reeling from the impudence of rejecting a draw from a worse position against Alexander Grishuk. I would have snapped that hand off faster, and he was like, no. You know what? You might be a pawn up, but I still think that I'm the better player than you. I love that sass.
Yeah, Grishuk, actually, he told us the story. He won the Blitz event, and we didn't know that it happened, but when he came in for an interview, he was praising Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and we see a draw agreed between friends Anish Giri and Vidit Gujrathi in that position with pretty much no material remaining. So they're going to discuss maybe some of the possibilities or what restaurant they want to go to for dinner. But these two very good friends have had a peaceful draw in the second round in Wijk.
Yeah, you can see the smile between these two friends, and there aren't too many restaurants in Wijk. So as far as I know, Wijk does some awesome pizzas. There's a nice pizza parlor there.
Well, they're laughing. They're having a very good time, these two. And that's good to see that they're all smiles. They're very good friends. They, of course, are extremely competitive. But this is their 4th game, and they have made 4 draws against each other. Little separates these two.
Yes. Both players move on to 1.5 points out of 2. And there we can see in the camera Well, an endgame against Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa, but still a lot to play for. It will be Abdusatorov here with the white pieces, who will be looking at potentially creating a pass pawn on the queen side and seeing what damage that one can do. Maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games.
Yeah, let's zoom out. These two will continue to fight, and we have 5 games total remaining. And we haven't checked in on that Alireza Firouzja game in a long while, but it does look similar to our analysis.
Yes, I was going to ask us actually. That game certainly caught my attention, and on the bird's eye view, it is there on the top left. So let's go. We did see Queen e4. We were looking at moves like Bishop b6, but Maghsoodloo has chosen Bishop c5.
Yes, Bishop to c5 on a defended square, and he spent quite a lot of time figuring this position out. But the engine approves of that move, and a lot of the ideas we were talking about involve knight to e7 with check and rook to e1, and maybe the bishop on c5. It took him playing the move for me to better understand it, that this bishop actually helps in the defense. So Ivanka, to put a similar variation to what we were looking at, rook e1, just trying to reinforce on the e-file, there might be some kind of d5 tactic
d5.
with the knight being loose.
Yes. Yeah. That is certainly a spanner in the works. So we can't do that plan. Very neat defense there from Maghsoodloo. Just to recognize that the bishop on c5 could be a defender. It's beautiful. But, okay, so how will Alireza continue now that plan is no longer at his disposal? So, okay, so there's some moves. First up, rook takes b7. We gotta look at the greedy moves. Other moves would be dropping the bishop back to d3.
Going in
Targeting.
the other direction.
Yeah, exactly. Still, the h7 pawn is a target. And we did see the ideas of going knight to e7 check. But what happens if you invert the moves? So you go rook e1 first, planning knight e7.
Yeah, that's a clever...
That doesn't work.
It's a clever idea, though, because, of course, black does not want to take on d5. You get checkmated immediately, but even if you didn't get checkmated, you're just handing white all the fun. This queen will go where the king currently sits and deliver that checkmate, just to show that on the board. But rook e1 does seem like a decent attempt, and maybe black does have a saving move. I would probably think... Well, I was actually about to blunder. I would say king f8, but I'm blundering that h7 pawn. I forgot about it.
h7 pawn, yes. I know rook e1 did not meet with the computer's approval, but I was pretty smug with my cleverness.
I do think the king has to move, though, because if I play c6, the exact idea we've been talking about, knight e7 check, king f8, and now bishop takes f7 should lead to a mating attack with h7 being loose, or the queen coming up to e6 if the king were going to take. This is another checkmate. Black just doesn't have sufficient defense. So I'm so worried about knight to e7 after rook to e1 that I think I would start with king to h8. That way you don't get that tempo with the check.
Yes. And there's just no good undiscovered attacks against the loose bishop on f7. So some neat defense there. King h8. Okay. And let's go back to the original position and perhaps work through some of the alternatives. What happens if I just go for the h7 pawn immediately with bishop d3?
Okay, rerouting the bishop. So the engine, once again, has some problems with it. And there's actually... No, this doesn't work. I was thinking getting super clever with f5, opening up the queen to this bishop on h4, but after f5, I'm realizing this knight can come into e7 with
e7 check.
Yes, saving your own bishop and not taking the enemy queen just to win a pawn and continue the attack. So there's so much here to look into. If f5 is not it, maybe it's by kind of process of elimination. I can't go bishop g6, so knight e7 check, and you take my bishop. So I think g6, it looks really scary, though, for black. You are creating more weaknesses.
Yes, but maybe it's just about holdable. The queen on d8, knight e8. They're doing a sterling defensive job. And, of course, black is going to be backing all this up with c6 and just solidifying, making sure everything is safe and sound.
Your definition of safe and sound is different than mine because this looks so scary to mine. I see the eval bar. If I didn't have that, I would think that black could be in some serious danger right now.
Well, the problem is f5 is coming your way as well. That's the thing, because I was looking at rook takes b7. If you make a slow move, and I will play c6 and boot that knight out from d5. And, then your idea of and if you go rook takes b7, I was really worried about your idea of going f5 because, yes, it wasn't working immediately, but now that has been bolstered. Oh, no.
Well,
the computer says nothing to worry about.
Well, I think it's just because you still give a check and the king is so exposed, and this discovery later will be impactful. I'm sorry, I actually put this idea in your head. It's a bad move. So f5, we learn from a process of elimination, from experience, trial and error here. Nah, we're not going for f5. It just looks wrong. So I'm sorry, I did that to you. But g6, maybe the problem is that the rook takes b7, rook b8, and just trying to go for white's king in return.
Oh, wow. Yeah, of course. I'm not following my own rules here. I have these rules which I kind of espouse there on commentary, like the golden rules. Like, first up, if your king is in problem, trade off queens. If you can't trade off queens, trade off pieces. And I'm forgetting my own rules. Shocking.
It's my fault. I think everyone in chat will agree. You can blame me. I am sorry, Ivanka. I've turned you into someone you don't even recognize by suggesting this f5 move.
Rook b8. Rook b8 is a nice move. Still looking dangerous, but yeah, it's if I have to trade off rooks, I'm not in time to start targeting the weaknesses. I can't grab on f6 because of the back rank mating issues. So maybe, should white be taking a timeout? No, you can't be taking a timeout. So rook takes b7 isn't great on account of rook b8.
It's a pretty good example, though, of where players would prefer to give their opponent more pieces. Like rook takes b7 helps activate. Whenever you lose a pawn, you gain an open file. So it's one of these dynamics where I think it's very instructive that black actually wants white to take some of the material, and white's advantage is in activity, and you're so active without two of your pawns, and you've gained open files in multiple directions. So it's a very tricky position here. I think that Alireza needs to be concrete. I could see this position turning around if he doesn't find some kind of forcing sequence. And, he plays knight e7 check. You know what that means, Ivanka? I think he's going to try to take this pawn on h7.
Oh, okay. Well, let's have him play it out. King goes to f8.
And I think now I can take this pawn.
Wow, you don't need to ask me twice. I will take on e7, but with the king. Obviously, I can't take with the queen because of queen h8, and black is going to get checkmated after that. Maybe show it. Maybe show this. The queen h8, bishop g8, queen takes bishop, and it will be 1-0 for the books. So that is a disaster for black. So the only thing to do is give that king some running shoes and see how far it can go.
I don't think you get very far at all because I can check you with my rook here. And at the very least, I pick up your bishop on f7, but maybe I just also can throw in a queen f5 to bring your king out all the way to c6. And at the very least, I just take this and I'm winning.
No. The disaster. So absolute disaster. You can't. Okay, so the knight on e7 is untouchable. So I am going to rewind my greed and try to find a better defensive move. Okay, so...
Be greedy in that direction. You could.
You can. I hadn't. Thank you very much. I'll take that one as well. Okay, so let's go for this one.
Oh, another error by me, and I guess error. You can check and bring your rook to e1, and there are all sorts of scary threats in this position. Knight h8 could make a draw at any moment, but I'm going for checkmate, of course.
Yes. Yeah, you can also see moves such as Queen H5 as well. Rook E7 is coming, Queen H5 is coming. Yeah.
You know what's good about this variation, though, is that just at this point here, after King F8, Queen takes H7. So there are three, I would say, very natural moves. Bishop takes bishop, and taking this knight on E7. And we just showed that the very worst in these lines, after bishop C4, knight G6 check, King F7, we will at minimum have a drawing mechanism with our rook on E1. So I feel like once you see this position, you don't have any risk whatsoever to lose if you want to force a draw on the spot. So that would encourage me to go for this. And Alireza is such a brilliant tactician that I think he will see that even though he's temporarily down a bishop and a pawn, the black king being that unsafe is really what determines the advantage for white in the position.
I totally agree with that. The sacrifices are easier to play when there's not so much risk to them. When you've kind of, okay, well, at the very least, I can assure myself of a repetition, a draw. And then you think, okay, well, now it's a free hand. It's just that loss aversion psychology that we all have. But going back to the position after Queen takes H7.
And it was just played. Queen takes H7. I just saw Alireza's hand grab it. Double exclamation deserved from him, giving up a minor piece on E7 or on C4. And look at Parham. He takes the bishop. But the attack, here it comes.
But he played that one so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I feel like after you just as a good life advice, when you are surprised by your opponent or they play a move such as Queen takes H7, calm yourself down. There's going to be a rush of blood to the head. You need to calm yourself down and think through all the options because, bishop takes bishop, king takes bishop were things to calculate. But there are other moves, such as, for instance, he could have played d5. He could have perhaps played queen d7, trying to get some escape routes for the king. There are other ways, other things to consider. And he had the time. He had 35 minutes just to sit down and work out objectively what is going to give him the best defensive try.
And you see Alireza Firouzja, he smells that this could be a winning position for him. And for Alireza, who won the first game with the black pieces, he capitalized on a blunder from Jordan van Foreest late in an endgame. Here, he could start 2 out of 2. So as we look at these two players, Maghsoodloo, he's staring at the board trying to come up with defensive resources. But I think that for Firouzja, he can kind of prove all of these doubters that I am at one of my peaks in my chess career. He hit 2,800. That was like pure adrenaline nonstop, where he reached that level as the youngest player to do so. But for Alireza Firouzja right now, it seems like he's in fantastic form, winning that tournament in France, winning game 1 yesterday, and on the offensive here in round 2.
Yeah. If Alireza Firouzja manages to win this one effortlessly, it will go down in the books. Everyone will be like, this is an immortal from him. And quickly played rook to e1, bringing in another attacker, threatening queen to h8 check. Knight to g6 is also in the air. What a stunning attack here from the Frenchman.
And he's playing this quickly and confidently, where he played rook to e1. And I honestly, at first, I missed one key thing in this position because it looks like black, who's already a bishop and pawn ahead, should sacrifice the queen for a bundle of material. So if we can dive into a little bit of analysis here, I wanted to watch this moment, see how the players reacted. But there is really something that is critical here that I would want to take on e7 and say, pause. In this position, black has a bishop, a knight, a rook, and 1 pawn for just a queen. That's way too much material. Quick math says 5 plus 3 times 2, that's 6 points, 11, 12 points for black, only 9 for white. But and then a pawn as well. So it's just so much material for black. but there's this queen e4 check. Loose pieces drop off here. The only way to save the bishop is retreating, and then pawn to f5, exploiting a pinned piece, wins that bishop on the spot, and now it's white who is in charge.
Yeah, what a beautiful, spot there. Backward queen moves are actually really difficult to find because you're so programmed that queens go forward all the time. You want to go as aggressively as you can towards the enemy king, but queen e4, backward queen move, picking off the bishop, incredible. And I think Parham has missed this. He was banking on giving away the queen, and fire on the board, as we see there in the featured chat. It certainly is. Wow. So big threat of queen h8, knight to g6, queen takes.
Yeah,
we are seeing it in play.
It was forced because there was a checkmate in 2 threatened from white. Just to very quickly show that if you gave a free turn, there was this checkmate with queen coming to g8. The knight helps in the queen's defense. The rook protects the knight. Every square is under white's control. So back to the game, and we'll let the players and their moves do the talking. After queen takes e7, it's a forced variation, and white will be ahead at the end.
Yes, queen e4 check next, and the light squared bishop will fall. Any hope for Parham? He still has a lot of material for the queen, just not as much as before.
Well, when that queen wins the light squared bishop, he will have a rook, knight, and 1 pawn for a queen. That's actually quite a lot of material. It's Lasker compensation. A rook, a minor piece, and a pawn for a queen. But the problem for Parham isn't just the material. It's about where the material is placed. The white queen will be very active. The black king will be in danger. And I'm just going to highlight it on our small board here. Our producers are awesome. That's a live product for you. Live production. That this h-pawn is a big issue for black long term. You can create a pass pawn, and with the king being unsafe, with the queen dominating, you can see on Parham's face he's very unhappy, but this pass pawn will help white score a victory later down the line.
Yeah, and certainly that is something that white will play on. And for me, it's also that black's king is completely unsafe, and take a look at the coordination between the rook and the knight. I mean, ideally, you'd like that black knight to be on c6. You'd like some pawns to be rolling on the queen side. Not going to happen. No. Parham is in huge trouble. He is losing against Alireza Firouzja, who's just played an incredible game. And it all stemmed from Parham just not knowing the opening and making the very inaccurate bishop e6.
It's exactly what I was going to say. That when you play an opening that is so risky, where you're taking some pawns but not developing your pieces. This rook on a8, it has not moved. This knight on e8 has no legal moves from where it currently sits. So I feel like when you play an opening that's this risky, you need to almost memorize all of the moves to the very end when you're at your computer with the engines preparing. I don't like lines like this. I was saying before, I'm not an opening theoretician. I've always, in fact, had a distaste for openings just like this because they might force a draw, or you lose because you forget your lines and don't know all the continuations. But for Alireza Firouzja, he is pouncing when he was given the opportunity.
Yeah, totally. And just to piggyback on your point, I mean, invariably, all openings do have their sharp dynamite lines. And those are the ones you need to pay special attention to. Those are the ones which I would actually recommend that you not just look over them on the screen. I would recommend that you bring out a board and you see what your instincts are feeling like. And also, use those resources that you have on hand, chess.com, game review, also Chessable as well. Focus on the dynamite lines.
The dynamite lines, and you see Parham, he is not going to be happy with this game because it's been one-sided. This position is clearly very, very strong for Firouzja, and it's going to be extra material for white as well. So Parham, he did hold that draw in the first round against Praggnanandhaa. He was living on the edge for a bit there, but Alireza Firouzja, he seems to slow down for anybody. He would have a perfect 2 out of 2 score and show that his rating, it's no fluke, that he deserves to be one of the top players in the world.
Yes, And impressive showing there from Alireza Firouzja. Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and have a look perhaps at a game we haven't focused too much on? It's still equally sharp. Wei Yi against Gukesh. And Wei Yi is another one of our players who did win in the first round.
He did indeed, and it feels like this game is almost like lagging behind the others because the position that we have here, what move are they actually on right now? It is only move 19 just played from black, so it feels like the other games, they're really spicy, tactics, checkmating ideas, and this is extremely close with all of these pawns on dark squares.
Yes, it's still a very interesting battle though, because the first thing that strikes me about is, yes, the black's king side is pretty open. You know, look at those light squares. And what is the knight doing on g7? I know I say that the knight is a king's best friend, but that one might be taking it a little bit too far. But I'm kind of primarily looking at this bishop on h2, which is locked out of the game completely.
Bad piece. Bad piece. Staring into a brick wall of a pawn chain.
Yeah, you're never going to get that one out unless you go king h1, bishop g1. Let me play 5 more moves and then it will be out looking at its own pawn. Okay, but it's a very intriguing position because black's bishop on a7 doesn't make the best impression either. And white does have a lot of space. I mean, if you forget about this bishop on h2, white has a lot of space in the center, has the ability to utilize the squares that black will always have to look after, f5, d5, potentially h5. It's an unusual, I'm kind of a little bit lost for words here. It's the typical kind of like e4, e5 positions where very difficult to play.
It's closed, and the bishop on h2, it's shut down. The bishop on a7, similarly staring at an enemy pawn. But the points that you're making are very well taken. d5 and f5 and even h5 in some positions, but for now black has that covered, are potentially vulnerable squares. So this knight would like to come to e3, but that would blunder a pawn in the current position. So be very careful about where you step your pieces. Perhaps this bishop on b5, it's not doing anything. Look at black's last move, knight back to e7, so no longer can capture a piece there. It could be worth stepping this bishop back, I don't know if c4 check or to d3, but if I bring the bishop back to d3, then I am ready to play knight e3. And from there, I can look at the f5 square. So I feel like when there's a closed position, you should look at your knights, because knights can hop over pieces. For example, the knight on g7 can go to e6 and hop up to f4 at some moment. So look at your knights to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, it's a closed position, and you're completely right to zone in on those pieces because they are the ones that can hop over things, and as you say, they excel in closed positions. But this one for me is still incredibly complicated. So many things can happen. I feel like the contours of the position are still yet to be decided, whereas in other games that we've seen everyone is in end games. It's a lot more simplified, a lot more clarified. Here it is a mess, so I can't wait to catch up on this one. But I think we are heading towards a break. And as we see there, we're going to see the playing hall. We can see the players, thoughtful, in action. All talking about action. Everything is happening in the cold, windy village of Wijk and Say, where chess fever has gripped that part of the world. And there we can see Alireza Firouzja with a killing attack against Maghsoodloo. But will Parham survive? That is gonna be the question. And as we zoom out into the break, it is daytime here in Netherlands, but the evening is soon approaching. We are going to take a short break and see you in a few minutes.
Chess Kid is going live and in person at the Chess Kid National Festival. Bring the whole family. Meet your favorite chess masters. Solve puzzles. Play K8 tournaments. Compete for the Chess Kid Festival Championship title, and so much more. This festival is surely one for the books. From February 16th to the 19th, 2024 in Charlotte, North Carolina. Book your seats now before they're gone.
We are back in the picturesque village of Wijk and Say, where we are close to the sea, in a village where chess has absolutely gripped its inhabitants, mainly because there's a lot of grandmasters now visiting that part of the Netherlands. But whilst the sun is setting, we're reaching the evening. Things are heating up as we are getting closer and closer to that time control. And back in that playing hall, we can see the players. They're going to be hard at work figuring out all those complications and working out their strategy to win. And I'm Joanne Kaska. As always, a great pleasure to be there with Robert. And Robert, well, let's go straight to the players and let's have a look at how things are developing there. We left you with Alireza Firouzja in prime form, in full control. But here we see a game between Wei Yi and Gukesh. Now that game, we left you before the break. It was looking incredibly complicated. A very tense position with all the minor pieces on the board and every single piece stepping on their own toes. I think it's time for us to perhaps leave that position, but maybe go straight to the bird's eye view, because two games have already finished. It was peaceful draws between Ding Liren and Alexander Donchenko, and also a draw between good friends Anish Giri and Vidit.
Two peaceful draws, but the players that we can see on the camera here, this does not look like a peaceful position. That's in the upper left-hand side of our screens, the eval bar all the way through the roof for Alireza Firouzja. So one of the questions we left everyone with was, can Parham Maghsoodloo survive? With his latest move, it looks like the answer, according to the Silicon friends, the engine, is absolutely not. So why don't we actually dive in to that position, just because another instructive moment from Alireza Firouzja. It's been a game of many of them, but look at this. If we can actually just pull up the board a bit larger, as the players, Parham working hard to try and survive this. The bishop on e6 has not been captured. You look after queen e4 check, given an exclamation point, hitting that bishop on c4. The bishop stepped back. We exploit the pin by putting pressure on the pin piece. The rook went to d8. And instead of taking this bishop, so many of us, myself included, would have just grabbed that bishop. A waiting move was played. g4, making sure there's no back rank checkmate. Also getting these pawns rolling. I mentioned the outside pass pawn later in the game. But g4 played, and black plays c6. And now the advantage is even higher for Alireza. It means that he has a winning advantage, and there's nothing black can do.
I must confess that during that break, I had my eyes keenly on this particular position. And I was also thinking about the move g4 for two reasons. First up, I wanted to lengthen the diagonal of the dark square bishop. Second reason, I was indecisive as to whether white should capture the bishop with the queen or the pawn. And I thought, let's delay that one, and g4 threatening g5.
And we can see the sort of scorecard between these two players. A brilliant move uncorked from Alireza Firouzja. Such a lovely position that I'm going to go back and show you once more so you can see. Queen takes h7. The knight on e7 was under attack by two pieces. The bishop on c4 had to be captured, just to show why the knight couldn't be captured. Queen e7 would have allowed that quick checkmate, and there are too many ideas against the black king. So exclamation points deserved for queen takes h7, a wonderful idea. And as we fast forward back to the game position, as you said, how to capture on e6 with the pawn or with the queen. I think your idea of queen takes, king f8, and g5, use it pawn to further expose the black king, that looks extremely promising.
Yeah, and also, what's quite instructive is that there's no way that the rook and the knight can coordinate with the defense of the black king. You know, in this type of position, you would love to kind of go rook to d7, maybe to hold it to f7. It's not possible. It's the d7 square is completely forbidden to the rook. The knight is also just stuck there on e8, having to defend the f6 point, and you really want all your pieces working. So I love this idea of going g5, lengthening the power of the bishop, and it's such an important motif in generally. Actually, when you have a bishop, what you want to do is you want to maximize its potential. The way you do that is you just just blast open any lines that it can look at. So for instance, if you had a light square bishop on g2 and you wanted to lengthen the potential, and if you happen to have a pawn on b2, you would go b4, b5, and mission accomplished.
It's a very good point, and that you need to work your bishop into the game, and sometimes there's not a new diagonal to go for, but to open up the diagonal that it currently sits on, and this g4, g5 idea is great. And I think we should point out that while f6 is under attack, if you defend the f6 pawn, g6 leads to immediate checkmate. The king is in a bind here, so you stop one problem, you walk right into another, and the biggest problem of all is if you could successfully play rook d7, I actually think black has really good chances to survive, just bringing the rook in front of the king as a great defender, but you can't touch the d7 square. The queen will capture the rook as soon as it steps forward. So for Alireza, he actually decides to play g5 first. I love the way he is playing this game. He still has not captured the bishop on e6, and there's an argument to be made, Ivanka, that if the king goes to f8 now, you could even take with the pawn on e6 in some of these positions. So I really like what Alireza is doing.
Yes, I completely approve. And also, I feel that the king escape into the f8 square is going to be problematic. You highlighted many reasons, checkmating ideas on f7. There's just no way that the rook and the knight can coordinate in the defense of the king. Also, the pawn on f6 is going to be falling as well. So maybe it's high time, if Parham wants to survive or at least prolong the game, maybe he should escape to the other side of the board. But then this is the problem. You have to consider what's going to happen, not just after queen takes bishop, but f takes e6.
Yes, pawn takes e6, because if the king continues to run away, you might not get checkmated, but you may see a second queen appear as this pawn pushes to e7. I think, actually, after king to c8, white can maybe start with queen to g6. Once again, the threat being strong in the execution. e7 immediately looked good, but now it threatens to win this knight as the rook cannot keep connected to it. And if you move your knight out the way, g7 will fall in all of these positions. So you can play e7, take on g7. It just feels like white just very simply mops up at this stage.
Yeah, totally. No, it feels like Parham's position is beyond saving. And let's look at the clock times. Parham, 27 minutes just under. Yeah, and we also see plenty of time for Alireza Firouzja as well. So, brilliant game there from Firouzja.
And an unfortunate moment for Maghsoodloo. I just want to say that he was played a well-known opening, and he unfortunately did not know it as well as his opponent. So for Alireza, he is going to go 2-2, and will he be the only perfect scorer? I feel like that's the big question that needs to be answered.
Yeah, I don't know. For that, we are going to have to dash over to the Wei Yi Gukesh game and assess Wei Yi's chances, because yesterday Wei Yi won with the black pieces against Alexander Donchenko, showed he was in impressive shape, but we saw that position is still far from clear, everything to play for. What about the other games, though, if we check out on the bird's eye view? Because there are two endgames, actually three. Two endgames, and I don't know whether it's a sharp position between Jordan van Foreest and Max Warmerdam. But first of all, I wanted to check out Jan Nepomniachtchi against Wenjun, because I just saw a rook has reached the horizon. It's on h7, and that's always, for me, a bad sign in an endgame, if you allow your opponent's rook to reach those kind of heights.
But looking at Jan Nepomniachtchi, as well as his position, maybe he feels like he hasn't quite maximized. The black knight stepping out to e5. When you kind of have some restrictions, you have limited space for your pieces, you do want to initiate trades. And knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. Black's pawn structure is very healthy, and there is no way in for white's pieces, or maybe that's the central claim. And this b4 pawn, which has been a problem piece, at some point black can actually play a4, opening up the rook, developing it, and trying to go at white's pawns as well. Ivanka, it's still some work left to be done, but I think that Wenjun has done an excellent job holding on here.
Yes, I completely agree. It looks like a bad time for Nepomniachtchi to trade off knights for the reasons that you've just said. The rook on a6 is waiting to spring into action. So this, to me, indicates that Nepo has to kind of hurry, but don't rush, prevent black's counterplay, and maybe just go knight to b2. I know the knight has made its way to d3 from there, but sometimes you have to admit that it wasn't necessarily the best plan to put the knight to be on d3. Move it back to a4, upon which it can get ready to jump into the position with knight to b6.
It's a long journey, and I actually think that if Jan continues to play for a win, he might be on the worst side of things. Knight b2, trying to get into the position. Rook c6, and you can't stop rook c2 because the king needs to stay attached to the f3 pawn.
Oh no. Yes, I forgot that there were two players playing the game. So rook c6, great move. Rook c2, can't stop it. And the worst thing is that, because of the knight standing on e5, you cannot even guard the c2 square with king to d1 because the f3 pawn will fall. So, okay, knight to b2 is just too slow. So one cannot do that. But then it also means that rook to c6 is a serious threat.
It definitely is. And I think what you said there is really important, because I've had games myself where I don't quite recognize when the tables have turned, or when I've been worse, and then suddenly I'm the one who can play for the win. My opponents don't always have that sense of danger. So I think you need to, as a chess player, remain objective. I keep saying that, but this is a great example that if Jan keeps playing for a win, he might really be worse in playing to lose the game. Not intentionally, but the situation may call for him to try and just exchange pieces. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. It's not like white will be in any danger here. Now if the rook comes to c6, the white king can always help out. And if that rook does leave, the white rook can sometimes slide behind. But I feel like everything is protected. And so black should not be in any hurry to do something drastic.
Indulge me, Robert. Okay, so one game I love to play when I am playing endgames, it's basically I like to think about the future and think about trades. So if the bishops were swapped off the board, who is better?
Ooh, that is a very, very good question. Let's just get those bishops off the board. And I knew the eval bar wouldn't change very much to begin with, but I think the issue is that while white would love to run this king up to b5, black can actually defend this position quite actively. You could put a rook on c5 and defend your pawn from this side of the board. You do have to be careful because white's rook is in a position where it can start attacking, but a rook on c6, a pawn on e5, the white king no longer has access into the position.
And then I'm going to ask the question, who's better if it's a bishop endgame?
Ooh,
and the reason I ask these two questions, and I always do it when I'm playing in endgames, it just gives me an idea as to what I should be aiming for. So say, for instance, you get the bishop to e3 and then go, will you be looking at rook a7, for instance, trading off rooks? Is that a plan? And if you've assessed that the bishop ending is going to be really good for you, then you can play these kind of moves.
1,000,000% yes. Bishop c3, rook a7, you already see the evaluation creeping up to a winning endgame for white because all of these pawns are on dark squares. That's a no-no when your opponent has this dark square bishop. You do as well, but let's say king c7, the king can slide up, king to c6, and then the white king can also step forward, and at some point this bishop will slide to this d8 square because black's pieces are completely overloaded. Just to show you what that looks like, You think you're just waiting around, no problems asked. But now the dark square bishop tied to this pawn. The king will be tied to the a pawn because bishop d8 is a winning threat. So king b6, I give you the check. Your king is forced to run to protect, and now the white king infiltrates up the board. So this would be a winning position, not 100% of the time, but in most cases here with the active white king and the bishop for white attacking those dark square pawns, you cannot afford to get into a bishop endgame.
Yep. Okay, well, that's very instructive to know. So we've kind of stumbled off a potential plan for Nepomniachtchi that maybe, well, we've seen a trade of knights and now the rook comes to b7, that maybe he has this idea of perhaps going, well, there's a threat, right, of going bishop e3 and then rook to b6.
Very real. Very, very real. And also this king can start being quite annoying. The white king will be more active.
Yeah, he's being very sneaky about this as well because, okay, so bishop e3 is a plan, but also if Zhu tries to get active with rook c6, maybe he's got ideas of going rook to b5. But okay, it has to be done. It has to be done carefully because rook c2 is still very much a problem. But all sorts of ideas in the air.
You know what's funny is in this line with rook c2, it looks like black should suddenly be better because not only is a2 hanging with bishop c3 exploding a pin, but there's problems in paradise because the g5 pawn can be captured and now this bishop on e5 is loose. So this becomes a game where all three results become possible, where no longer do we have pawns all on the same side.
Yeah, and also White's bishop is so much better as well. It's just got more targets. You know, the bishop can go back to e3, target b6, target the a5 pawn. Yeah. This one is going to be a difficult position for Zhu to hold. And the important thing here is that she actually has to do something active. If she's just waiting, she's going to be in trouble because White's plan is so simple.
It's true. And we saw what happened yesterday in those long grind them out endgames. You can hold for, as you said, 20, 30 moves, but then you sometimes just buckle under the pressure. It's really difficult to play defensive chess for that long.
Mm-hmm. And just again, because we did establish that, you know, if Zhu were to take it to a rook and pawn ending, that maybe she can get active with the rook and this can hold the balance. I'm just curious about whether bishop to f4 is going to be a good idea or it's just White is just too quick with the king.
I feel like bishop f4, the change in the pawn structure is very negative for black because after takes, there are ideas where white even sacrifices this pawn to spring free the g pawn, and then the white king, as you said, gets super active. So just to show, I'm not saying that this is necessarily the case in this position, although the engine justifies it. You see that g5 is very quick, already threatening to win the game by pushing the pawn forward. The white king will slide up, the rook can slide back, and too many issues for black.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. And also, once again, I love your e4, e5 move. It's always about the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. So good call there. And there we see Zhu does play rook to c6. It seemed the most natural move, just to get active with the rook.
Okay, they've reached move 40, so they gain additional 50 minutes each. Plenty of time left for them to work through this endgame, so their clocks will add the 50 minutes, so when their time elapses, still plenty of time left. So why don't we head on out from this game, just because they can use their time wisely. And Ivanka, I'm seeing some positions, and it's not just Alireza who looks like he has a winning advantage. In the bottom right-hand side of our screen there, Warmerdam with the upper hand with black against his compatriot Jordan van Foreest.
Let's head there and find out why black's position is so good. So I can see that his last move has been awarded an exclamation mark. It's a good move. But again, let me just quickly count the pawns. I I've been stung one too many times. Oh, and talking about being stung, White's king is in huge trouble. Black is threatening rook to d6 and to swing it and give a check to the king. And look at this bishop on g6. It's completely unchallenged. Oh my goodness me.
I have to say that the start of this game, when we looked into it, is one of the biggest misassessments I think I've had in a while, where I was looking at the queen on a5. I was kind of trapped into believing that White had an attack. I trust Jordan van Foreest, but if you look at their sort of scorecard beneath them here, Max Warmerdam, he continues to play some great moves like this bishop to d4, and it's Jordan who's made some mistakes along the way. So actually, I think we should sort of pinpoint the moment where things went wrong, because we left, if we just backtrack a bit here, that the queen went to a5. It went after the a7 pawn, but after the swap of pieces in the center, the black bishop came to c5, and the pawn structure is healthier for black. So we did see the pawn push to e4, a3 is just a little quiet move here, and then black's king is now perfectly safe. The computers seem to think that White is doing just fine, but look what happens here. g3 played, f5 trying to pry open the diagonal. We saw a swap of pawns, so no longer are black's pawns doubled. But here, e5 opening up the bishop. That was the start of a wrong plan.
Yeah, that already looked a little bit smelly to me, because, going back to something that I was harping on about, how, when you have a bishop that's blocked in, sometimes you want to blast open and make clear the diagonal. Here, White is effectively doing black's job for them. No. Don't like this particular move, however tempting it is to push the pawn.
It was a mistake, and it clearly backfired. A great find from Max Warmerdam, giving up a pawn on the spot. Many of us would be too afraid to give up a pawn on the 6th rank like this, but you see the evaluation bar drop immediately, and the reason why? Queen slides in front of the bishop. The battery, it's fully charged, and queen to b1 is a checkmating idea where you could stop that first idea with bishop to a2. No longer is there a checkmate down there, but there are more and more patterns that are problematic. Look at this. e5. You can't take with the queen on e5, because then queen c2 is checkmate. And if you take with the bishop on e5, here we go. Whoop! Bishop e3 check. Your king can't move anywhere. If you take the bishop, queen c2 is game over.
Well, death by diagonal is what I'm going to say about that one. I mean, it's beautiful, stunning, just decoying that queen away to give checkmate on c2. Yeah, you just can't do this to your king. Trust me, 2022 was the year where I did not look after my king, and I lost so many rating points because I did not make those professional moves. Like king to b1, king to a1. I would just begin the action, and Jordan, he got his hands trapped in the cookie jar here. Yeah, going for material gains, but Max Warmerdam. And I have to say, in general, I've noticed that stylistically, the Dutch players on general fearsome attackers. Really fantastic. If you want to look for a sharp opening repertoire, I recommend that you get these Dutch players like Jan Smeets, Max Warmerdam, Jordan van Foreest, and study their openings and see how they use the initiative and come up with creative opening ideas.
Real fighters. And I just want to point something out, that from a distance, it doesn't look that scary for White, because your queen doesn't move like a knight. Your queen can't jump to f5 right away. But my coach used to always talk about this concept of dream moves. And your dream move in this position is getting that queen somehow out to f5. And the way was via c5. So a really nicely played position. Pawn takes e5. Bishop takes e5. This is exactly what White wanted. Some bad pawns in black's position. But this bishop thrives in the center of the board. So it was a really natural idea from Jordan, but it backfired. And just to show how the game continued, bishop takes pawn on e6, pawn takes pawn on e5, and that pawn is untouchable because the king has no legal moves. Your king is stuck. So taking this pawn on e5 walks right in to queen e3 check. A queen swap doesn't help. The attack rages on. You simply have to go down a full rook here, and the attack will lead to even more gains. So what a miss by Jordan, and what a find from Max. The pawn e5 still can't be captured. The bishop went to h6. Another mistake. Ivanka, mistakes often come in pairs.
Yeah, they certainly don't occur in a vacuum. And I'm like jumping up and going, no, because my instincts are telling me you gotta move your pieces towards the king. And I just see the king on c1 just being a walking target. You know, it's on an open line. It's stuck between these diagonals. So the first move I would be thinking about is bishop d2. Bishop d2, just so that I can potentially have some ideas of going bishop c3, should there be any checks. And oh yeah, maybe I would perhaps preempt this bishop d4 idea by also going bishop to g5, trying to initiate some trades.
I like that. I think bishop g5 was maybe the move to save the game. Black can even move the rook out the way and go after some of White's weaknesses. It's not just the king. And I want to point out that the bishop can actually capture the rook on d8 because there's bishop e3 check still available to Black. And don't take the pinned piece. It's not like there's a threat against this bishop on e3. Just bring your rook into the attack, pile up pressure. Rook d6 to c6 will be a vicious assault against the white king. After rook to d1, you protect your loose rook, and here comes the black rook, and Black's just cooking. That's mate. So for Max Warmerdam, just all the pieces on the right squares, and as we go back to the game continuation after bishop h6, bishop d4, it's just awful for white. I don't actually see how you survive, and I think that Jordan might already be looking at this like, I'm lost, even though the engine seems to believe that white may have a way out.
Yeah, I mean, one way that I was looking at trying to save this is trying to trade off the light squared bishops. I mean, white does have a move. So I was looking at bishop b. The problem is this bishop on h6. You know, as soon as a rook appears on d6, there's going to be a hidden attacks. So how to trade off light square bishop? I don't see a way. And I'm I'm just stuck. I wanted to go g4. That's not really possible. Rook d6. Maybe you have to bail out big time and perhaps give up a rook for that bishop when the time comes.
G4 is a great idea that doesn't work, but it's because the bishop on h6 is hanging. That's not something that you see from a distance. The bishop on h6 is the piece that you lose, because g4, your whole point is that you're going to shut down the light square diagonal so your king can run away. But after the bishop takes on f5, as you said, the bishop on h6 is loose. That is tragic.
Yeah, the sheer horror when you realize that bishop move that you played has actually a lot of consequences. No, you can't do this. But then what else? You can't play g4. The only thing that I can think of is maybe you just retreat. Maybe you just retreat the bit. Maybe you try to get it like, okay, I have an idea. Maybe you go. What I want to do again, it's not going to be my finest moment, but I was thinking putting the bishop on bishop on. Again, if I wanted to go bishop a2, bishop b1, that bishop on h6 is going to be so problematic.
Same exact thing, right?
Yeah. I'm stuck. What does the almighty oracle have a suggestion for how to wriggle out of this position? Or
I'm going to turn it on.
Already game over.
No, I'm going to look because I actually don't know the answer, and I don't want to pretend like I have a way out because I don't see it. It says bishop c4, and after rook d6, b3, a move that loosens up even more squares in front of your king. And after rook to c6, you sprint towards the center with king to d2, but this looks terrible as well because of b5. If you play bishop d3, trying to help your king, once again, this bishop is loose over on h6. And if you take this pawn, in comes the rook to c2 with check, and it looks like it's almost checkmate. Maybe you just bring the black rook, second rook into the game with rook to d8. This is terrible for white. The actual advantage is growing for black. as we go down the variation.
Yeah. And it's all because of this bishop on h6. I admit I did see bishop c4, b3, but I thought, no, it can't be possible because of b5. And, well, this is bad news for Jordan van Foreest, who actually started with a double white. 2 losses in a row. First, yesterday, he was tricked by Alireza Firouzja. Now he's just simply been outplayed by Max Warmerdam. And talking about games that are going to be finishing soon, maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view, because I smell that the game between Alireza Firouzja and Maghsoodloo is not going to be lasting that long. I sense that it's going to be over. h4 with a simple plan, h5, h6, and make a new queen.
It's very funny because as we look at the game in the top left is Parham Maghsoodloo. He probably feels like he's alone in this world. He's alone at the board, but when you lose a chess game, it can feel that way. Of course, he's got a great support system. He is somebody who gives great interviews. He's always quite lively. But as we dive into the game, as Alireza sits back down, the problem, as mentioned earlier, is that there is an H-pawn, and it's going to run up the board and become a new queen.
Mm-hmm. It is going to go, but we do see Maghsoodloo, he hasn't thrown in the towel just yet, pushing the e-pawn forward, perhaps wants to just jettison that pawn in order to secure the e6 pawn and finally unravel the rook and the knight.
They've been problem pieces for black, and you couldn't really move either of them. And if we just go back a turn here, you'd like to develop your knight somewhere. Knight f6 runs into queen f7, check, and I win that knight on its square. If you went in the other direction, knight d6, opening an attack against the queen slides to g5 with check, forcing the king back to e8, where now this h-pawn can just run up the board and become a queen with checkmate. So there is nothing that black can do with those clumsy pieces. It's actually, when you do the count of material, it is rook, knight, and pawn for the queen. That is even. A rook is 5, a knight is worth about 3, a pawn is 1. That sounds even, but the quality of the pieces are certainly not even, and the quality of pawns are not even. As the h-pawn, it's just a runner, and it is going to get to the other side.
It certainly is, and there we did see h5 played by Alireza Firouzja. We can see there on the camera that he's not even pretending. He knows what he has to do. And I must admit, I love the line after knight to d6, this queen check on g5, because it felt like, you know, white is in complete control, complete domination, could do what they liked. And, well, for Maghsoodloo, well, he's been tricky. Let's give credit where it's due. d4 has the not so subtle threat of playing d3. And lo and behold, the d-pawn will have a protector behind.
This is actually much more complicated than initially met the eye, and I want to give Alireza credit for not giving any sudden checks with his queen. Because even here, queen g5 check, you see the evaluation change completely into black's favor, because when the knight blocks, suddenly the rook can help out in the defense. The e6 pawn is loose, and as you said, d3 is the next plan for black. So keeping the queen on g8, it makes sure that black's pieces are completely restricted. And now with d3 being the threat, it's up to Alireza to find the right way forward. h6, for example, seemingly obvious move. The computer still
D3
says that white is better. But after d3, let's say we trade and play h7, there it is. The evaluation bar changes completely and says that actually black is holding on.
Wow. And why is black holding on? Say, for instance, after d2, I was thinking you can go queen to g5 check and... and again, that old chestnut. I think you have to show me several times before I actually learn.
Yeah. I mean, this is essential stuff, really, that the knight could not leave e8 unless the white queen leaves g8. So for Alireza, it's important for him to work through this accurately, because some of the variations here, h6, D3, pawn takes pawn. If you're playing a bullet game, you're pushing this pawn or giving a quick check. But we've seen before that neither of those are going to be helpful. So I think you actually have to check the black king in front of the rook. And from here, I don't know. Like, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if H7, D2 still looks like black might have that under control with the black trying to get a queen as well. It's messy.
It is messy. But on the other hand, the knight on E8 is loose. So we could see, so let's work it out. Let's put it out. So H7. And then, okay, and you can already see the evaluation bar. So, okay, so Queen F7 played by Alireza.
Let's see. The engine approves. So he played the best move there. And the king
also,
is
you
definitely
might want to make
playing.
it... Could you just make it simple and just go Queen F4 check and say enough of calculation? I just want to deal with my own pass pawn, not yours.
But what I'm worried about, if I'm being transparent, and this is very deep stuff, so I apologize to some of our audience who may not be able to pick this apart. What I'm going to say is deep down the line, let's say white does get these pawns, and I give up my knight as black for these 2 pawns. So if all of the pieces in red are traded, is there a possibility that black can hold some of these positions where it's rook and 3 pawns or rook and a couple pawns versus a queen? There could be some kind of drawing mechanism. It's very far down the line, but this is how Parham and Alireza both, they're trying to see what gives me the best chances to win for Alireza, and even if I have to lose a knight along the way, do I actually have chances to hold that position? The answer at first from a distance appears to be yes, but there's a lot of proof that needs to be shown. But just to kind of make the point very clear that in a position like this, white is still winning. It's just something that I'm worried about as the black king also ventures closer to stopping that pawn.
Well, maybe we don't have to worry about such eventualities, because there we see Firouzja just push the e-pawn, which now we look at it, you're thinking, well, of course, because the rook cannot maintain its position on the d-line because the knight will fall.
That is very good awareness. I love it.
I love it too, and it's so simple as well. Because we were thinking about eventualities, where the e6 pawn foul, maybe the knight would give itself up for the h5 pawn, but no, rook c8 played, keeping it simple. And now, of course, you can just go h6, right?
You can go h6. You can also bring your king because the rook isn't behind the passed pawn anymore. You might just be in time to bring your king into the box, because as long as my king gets to f1 while your pawn is on d3, we've created the box where the king chases down the pawn. That is a very funny way of doing this. The idea that you had earlier, by the way, is even more enticing with taking this pawn, because the black king can't step towards the h-pawn anymore. Just to quickly show why, is that the king can't go to the f-file because queen f5 check picks up this rook over here, and d4 is loose. So I immediately grab this other pawn, and that should do the trick.
Yeah, it certainly looks good. But what happens if you were just to run up with the pawn? Isn't that one going to just bank the whole scenario? So, yes, and then we take once. One more time, please. And now we're going to check on f4.
And you're just going to grab the pawn. Yeah, that looks pretty straightforward.
I'm actually hoping that you put your king in the wrong square so that I can guard the queening square and then just promote. Oh, that'll give you my heads up.
Yeah, but it's instructive that if, say, the king went to, d7, I can take on d2 a check, but the point is that I can give this check here and then promote without even bothering to take the pawn.
Yes. Two queens are better than one.
And 2 queens are even better than none, because black's not getting the queen in this variation. So I appreciate the heads up, and it is important to look at these kind of ideas. So it does seem like that h-pawn is not going to be stopped. They're 39 moves in. The next move will gain the players more time. But for Parham, it's not an issue of time on the clock. It's just an issue that white has a queen and two passed pawns that can't really be stopped.
Yes. Well, there we can see that Alireza, he knows he's got it in the bag and is almost certainly going to win this game. Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games?
Yeah, why don't we? I'm just also still looking at the crowd in the background. So many people are in attendance, checking out the top two sections, the challenger section, the winner of which plays the Masters in the succeeding year. But it's great to see all of these fans. What time is it in the Netherlands? It's about 5 p.m. They are saying, I'm still locked in to the chess in front of me.
Okay, and whilst we are looking at the crowds who are themselves enjoying the vibe and the atmosphere in the special Tata Steel Masters and the Challengers, I think it's time for us to zoom out and take a very quick break, and we'll be with you in just a few minutes.
I've been a member since 1986, nearly 40 years. It's just a beautiful building, very nice staff, lovely place. My name is Peter Lee. I am 79, 80 later this year. I won the British Chess Championship when I was 21. I played in the England team for about 10 years.
My name is Badana and I'm aged 8. My rating's around 1800 and I won the World Under-8 Girls Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Ladies are allowed in now, but they used not to be here until 20 years ago. Would you like to see a bit of the club, Badana? In theory, no one under 14 should go in the club. So I've always been into problem solving, everything I do. I play bridge as well, I do crosswords, I do number games, I'm a medical statistician. I call myself a problem solver.
I started liking the pieces and I wanted to take them and keep them, so then my dad said I could play chess instead.
When I gave up when I was about 31, 2, I was 2,390. And I've only played one graded game since then. What did you say your rating was? 1900?
1800.
18. Even if you're not ahead of me yet, you'll be ahead of me in 2 or 3 years' time. Sure. Well, she played a lot of very sensible moves. Did you think you were winning at one stage?
Maybe slightly better.
Maybe slightly better, yeah, you probably were.
We are back in Wijk, and just as we can see Parham extending his hand in resignation, Alireza Firouzja winning his second game. But what a beautiful victory from the Frenchman. Just, punished that opening inaccuracy by Parham ruthlessly. Fantastic attack, sacrificing first one pawn, then another, then he potentially sacrificed a piece just to net the king in the middle of the board. And there we can see Parham, he's going to be disappointed with that result and that performance.
There was a brilliancy from Alireza Firouzja. There was almost pure perfect accuracy from him, and the final position where Parham resigned is because he cannot stop this H-pawn. There is a pin along the d-file. Yes, his king can step out of the pin, but the problem is the queen comes in with a check. The pawn will go and push ahead, and if the king for black had gone the other way, say king to e7, then I throw in this check on e5 to force the king back over here. There are all sorts of checks available to the queen, but I will push the pawn and give you this check where your king is stuck between a rock and a hard place. You can't keep both of your loose pieces defended. White would pick up at least the knight and then get at the new queen anyway.
Yes, but very unfortunate there for Parham. But as we saw, he was lost. There was really nothing that he could do. But what can I say about Alireza Firouzja? Just a clinical performance from start to finish. He's showing that he's leveled up, that he's ready for the candidates 2024. He actually showed everyone how badly he wanted. First of all, there were the matches that he organized, and when that didn't go his way, then he went and participated in a tournament in France. Won that one 7 out of 7, says, look, I want to establish my name amongst the world's elite. I want to be at the candidates. I want to be there challenging for the crown.
What a performance thus far from Alireza Firouzja. As you said, he wants that crown, and there were some controversial circumstances with his path towards the candidates, but I think the chess we're seeing from him, it just showcases his immense talent, the potential that still remains untapped. And he is 2770 rated at this point, so I don't think he needs much of an introduction.
He certainly doesn't need much of an introduction. And he scored the first decisive result of round 2. 3 games are finished. It was a draw between Anish Giri and Vidit. Also a peaceful outing for Ding Liren and Alexander Donchenko. But fireworks and ruthless attacking play there from Alireza Firouzja to win against Maghsoodloo and maintain his 100% score. Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and have a look at the remaining 4 games in progress?
Let's do just that. So 2 draws, as mentioned, a win for Alireza Firouzja, and I'm seeing in the lower left-hand side of our screen that Gukesh with the black pieces, he seems to have an advantage against Wei Yi. So that game really is one that was locked up for a while, but Gukesh, the youngster, seems to have the upper hand in the current position.
Yeah, and I think maybe we should head there immediately because those players are move 24, whilst the others are, some of them are in game plus move 40, but it does seem like with all the pieces on the board that things are looking wild in that particular encounter. And when it comes to Wei Yi, we all know that, he passed the 2700 mark when he was just 15 years old. He was touted as one of the world's best prodigies. But what was his 2023 look like?
His 2023 for Wei Yi is, I think he performed super well. He was the top performance by a classical win percentage, if I'm not mistaken. So Wei Yi, he really has been under the radar, but continuing excellent level of play.
Yes, and yesterday, let's not forget that he did defeat Alexander Donchenko with the black pieces. And there we can see actually the 2023 performance overview for all the Masters participants. And Ding Liren there, having played 36 games, has a classical score of 46%, draw stats at 64%, and one stat that has been highlighted. Can you see that? Anish Giri, he did play a lot of games at 79, but does have a drawing rate of 77%.
But I think
is that because...
perhaps, I was going to say Alireza Firouzja would want a higher draw rate, so his tournament performance was higher. But there's Wei Yi on page 2 with a huge classical score, 78% win rate, but only 27 games played.
Yes. Well, it sounds like he had a fantastic year. 78% win rate. That's an incredible amount. And also I'm taking a look at the amount of games that have been played. And Gukesh and Jordan van Foreest playing 120 games over 2023. It always makes me laugh because I was a participant to a conversation that was had in August where some players were telling me that they were there at the Botvinnik School of Chess at the end of that school. But Botvinnik personally sent out this booklet that said you are not to play more than 55 games per year. Anything more will harm your chess. And there we see players playing more than double that amount.
They're playing all the time, with the exception being Wei Yi, who had a high performance rating and a huge score by win percentage, but his average opponent was 25-24, so playing some lower rated opposition compared to the other participants in this Masters tournament. But yeah, I think the really notable thing about that graphic, 120 classical games from Gukesh. He was playing a classical game of chess every third day of the year, and that doesn't include all the rapid and blitz events.
Yeah. He played a lot of chess, and it seems to have done him no harm whatsoever. He did qualify for the candidates, winning a tournament on demand as well in order to get that candidate spot. And here it looks like everything is going his way. If we were to, well, trust the evaluation bar, which we very well should do.
Look at this position where there's a rook missing from c1. So in the first round of the event, Wei Yi was the one who was up in exchange. Here he's currently down let's see, black has 4 minor pieces, white only has 3. So white is down a rook and a knight at the moment, but black's queen is under attack, as is the knight. The bishop on c1 is loose. So we do have many pieces en prise. So let's just go back because a lot of moves just happened in a hurry here. c4 was played right before we tuned in. A question mark given to that move. It would appear that the bishop on b5 becomes locked in. Maybe the bishop should have retreated first. Instead, we saw c4, and now black got very active. White didn't even recapture the pawn, but Ivanka, look at this. Black's bishop came alive. The rook on e8 is staring down the a file. It's clear that black is enjoying the new lease of life for those pieces.
Yeah, and well, white's pieces are all untangled with each other. Bishop on b5 doesn't have any squares. c6 is brewing, and you can just see how things quickly went wrong for white in this game. So how did Wei Yi try to get out of this mess?
He backtracked with the knight, but the bishop hit the rook on c1, and with c6 being a threat not just to fork pieces, but the bishop is actually trapped on this square, and this bishop, importantly, not just attacks the rook, it protects this d6 pawn so that there are no tactics on that square. So we saw the move knight takes c7. Mistakes often come in pairs, so it was the start of a bad idea from Wei Yi, who's in huge time trouble, I might add. c5 played, the rook was captured, he doesn't take back, he takes on d6 with a fork of the queen and knight. But queen b6, another great move from Gukesh, getting out the way of the attack, hitting this bishop on b5. So black is currently up a minor piece and a rook for just a few pawns. Ivanka, I think it's too much extra material for black.
It certainly looks that way, but this is a position where you have to be concrete about everything. So presumably white will go pawn takes knight, and we have to dive in and we have to look at how Gukesh will continue. Will he be playing queen takes bishop, or will he just try to maintain his material advantage, which is the move that I would like to do with rook c8.
I think that's the best choice because the bishop is loose. So yes, white can take the loose black bishop, but after knight takes c1, queen takes b5, you see the huge advantage for black. The promotion square is also completely and utterly under black's control. All 5 of the non-pawns in this position, I guess the king is not covering it, but everything else has the e8 square under control. No promotion for you. It's a full extra rook. That's just decisive. So I think that Gukesh has handled this perfectly.
It certainly looks that way. And talking about the clock situation, you can see Wei Yi now ticking to around the 3-minute mark. And very difficult to even think of a solution. Perhaps bishop will retreat, but no, pawn takes knight. And we are expecting the rook that is under attack on f8 to move to c8, protecting the bishop. Unfortunately, white has given up too much material. Maybe he can throw in some check. No, it's the black king, is so well protected as well. The knight on g7, guarding the e8 square, the bishop on g6, ready to block any checks that comes its way. Black is just winning.
The scorecard here is quite revealing. There are 2 question marks to Wei Yi's moves and 4 exclamation points for Gukesh. He's been playing a great game, very accurate chess. The position was bottled up, but he was able to unleash his pieces at the right time, and now he is up way too much material. So Wei Yi got off to a great start with that first win, but it's Gukesh here with the black pieces. Again, we could see a winner with black.
Yeah.
And
yes,
I don't know what else there is to say. It just seems like too much extra material for black.
Totally. It looks like white has burnt too many of the bridges. And yeah, whilst we are waiting for Wei Yi to... Maybe we can take a look at the camera for Wei Yi and take a look at his reactions in greater detail.
Yeah, he seems to just be probably pondering what could have been, and he is staring down at this board, but he's also staring defeat in the face. He is in big trouble against Gukesh right now. So for Wei Yi, a great start to this event, winning with black. But currently, if Gukesh slides that rook on over to c8, then it should be the Indian youngster's game for the taking. And Gukesh is one of the 5 candidates in this tournament. So he is playing some of the best chess of his career. I know he suffered some defeats towards the end of the year, especially in the Grand Swiss. That was a bad event for him. But Jovanka, it does seem like he's back in the swing of things and performing well once more.
Yeah, totally. It's quite funny, to the last quarter for Gukesh of 2023 was perhaps a mixed bag. He had some disappointments in Qatar. He also had some disappointments, as you mentioned, the Grand Swiss, the London Chess Classic really didn't go his way. But suddenly, it all went, in the right direction as he won that super tournament on demand in his hometown. And obviously, qualifying for the candidates, it gives you a new lease of life, a new set of inspiration. And you can just think about it. If he wins the candidates tournaments in 2024, in April this year, then he's going to be challenging for the crown. Is he going to be the youngest person ever to have played a world championship match? If he manages.
I think so. And he might even be the youngest player in the candidates in history. So Gukesh, he is a history maker, and you see his opponent, somebody who is one of the biggest prodigies of all time in Wei Yi, the youngest player to cross very important thresholds, 26th and 2700, but he's been under the radar, as we've talked about. I'm glad to see him on this big stage. I think that at the start of his tournament looked as promising as it could possibly get, a win with the black pieces, but in game 2, he was a little bit too slow in terms of his moves on the board, both in terms of his plan and the clock management. And so Gukesh is punishing him. There's 120 games played in 2023. That's a wealth of experience. In fact, Gukesh he could have played more games in 1 year than Wei Yi has played in the last 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, COVID hit the Chinese players very hard. I remember when it came to the Women's World Championship contender Lei Tingye, that she only was allowed out of the country for one tournament. And she managed to make that one tournament a success. And the same with Ding as well. And it was very difficult times. Players were not allowed out of the country. And I do know that Wei Yi did suffer there. He did win some events on the Champions Chess Tour. And he was just not able to be there in Miami to take part in such a prestigious event. And it's difficult, right? It's also very difficult when you're not playing tournaments because you just get rusty as well. You lose that connection with the wooden pieces, which sounds a bit weird, but it's true. You become slower, you're a bit more hesitant about decisions, and also you just don't handle time troubles particularly well. But Wei Yi, it's so nice to see him here playing in the Masters for the first time and promoting his pawn to a queen. That queen will be promptly snapped off the board, but Wei Yi still under a minute on the clock and 11 moves to make.
Well, my main question now is that the first pawn promotion we've seen? It was immediately captured. All of Black's pieces were staring at it. Wei Yi, he takes the knight that just captured the queen on e8. So he is trying to get for himself. He's down a rook at the moment, but he hopes to be down a rook for a minor piece to give him some chances to hold on. But you can see on Gukesh, he has not captured this bishop on e8 just yet. There might be an argument to throw in a rook takes pawn on a2 at some point to go after the white king as well. So you can see Gukesh, he's determined to not let this advantage slip because it is a winning advantage as the engine shows off to the side.
Yeah, it's just too much material up, There's missing a rook for white. That is the simple, unedited truth. And material counts. And yeah, what is Gukesh going to respond with? He has just under 14 minutes, so plenty of time for him. Just Wei Yi in trouble, both on and off the board.
And you see Gukesh, he's doing something that everybody should take note of. Instead of rushing his decision and simply recapturing the bishop, which is going to be a good move objectively, he is trying to calculate and find the precise way. He wants to end the game now, if he can, rather than giving Wei Yi any hope. So this bishop on e8 is loose. Once the bishop is captured, the e4 pawn is under attack, a2 is loose. Black is much better winning objectively in that position, but in a practical game, in a one-off, there could be some chances.
Yes. Well, this one is certainly very exciting. You can certainly feel the tension, the pressure, how much both players want this. And should we wait on this game or should we take a look at the the bird's eye view?
Let's go to the bird's eye view just because Gukesh, he's doing the right thing, sitting and calculating right now. You saw the many fans in the background there. It looks like Wenjun's second game from the right on the bottom row. She is holding on and the position remains level. And the absolute bottom right, Max Warmerdam still with a huge advantage against Jordan van Foreest, but things have changed in that game between the two. There's a material imbalance. So perhaps we go to the Dutch derby and look at this game between Jordan and Max, just because Jordan is giving himself a chance here. His king is not checkmated. And Ivanka, as we look at the position, it's equal amount of pawns, but Black has an extra rook compared to a bishop for white.
The eternal question, which one is better, the bishop or the rook? 9 times out of 10, it's usually the rook. And there we saw a quick move there from Max Warmerdam. Bishop moving to d3, perhaps getting ready to trade itself off on e2. The problem for Jordan is, not only is he material down, but Black's rooks are working very nicely together.
They're both active pieces. Sorry, go ahead, Ivanka.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's not forget the most basic idea as well. Rook takes bishop on h6. It's hiding away.
It's been a theme of this game. And, well, the bishop goes to g7. So while the advantage is huge for black, you need to be really careful because this idea, g4, g5, g6, trying to create a passed pawn, it happens quicker than one may realize. And black, on the other hand, those passed pawns on c5 and d4, not immediately threatening with the king sitting on c1. So you have to actually be cautious here if you're Max. If the clocks were reversed, I would say that Jordan had excellent chances to survive, but Jordan is the one down to just a minute.
Yeah, and the players are on move 32. And when you have moves to play and you are short in time, it's going to be difficult to find the most accurate defense. But for Max, what is his plan actually? Is it how is he going to mobilize the pieces? Is he going to perhaps improve the rook? I'm looking at b2 and I'm thinking that is a juicy target. Another idea that I'm also very tempted is just to harass this bishop on g7 and, ironically enough, provoke the pawn to advance from h5 to h6, and that's because this bishop on d3 will be a fantastic defender. It's doing everything it can on that one diagonal.
It's a good idea to try to provoke h6 and get more control of some light squares over there. I just see 3 white pawns. f4, g4, f5, f6. So many pawns are running up the board here, and bishops being long-range pieces extremely helpful. Look at this last move. Bishop e2, the engine starts creeping up, and it's given a question mark. And I think the reason why is that certain trades, I'm not certain they actually favor black. The principles of chess dictate that when you are ahead material, you want to trade. But in a position like this, white does have these very quick pawns, so certain trades may not get the job done, and rook e1 will encourage the move rook e6 from black. Then the big question is, what trades are available to white? Can you start pushing your f-pawn as well?
Yeah, I was thinking that also. I was wondering whether you could harass the rook on e8 with moves such as bishop a4, maybe even moves such as bishop b3 as well. But I like your idea of just advancing the f-pawn, anchor that bishop to g7, push the f-pawn, and Jordan, he's going to be relying on instincts, and he pushes his pawn to f4. And I can see that it's been awarded a question mark by the engine.
And I think the reason why is quite deep. The rook's on the same file, that sounds like a good thing, but a rook on e6 in particular would be vulnerable to f5 with tempo. So if we just dial back just a quick second here, rook e1, if you play d3, now there's complete dark square control for white. You can establish a bishop back on c3, which still helps in the quest to promote a pawn. And if you had played rook to e6, f4 comes in, bishop takes d1, it looks like, okay, more trades, good for black, but let's look at...
Yeah, and it has destination. Look at the bishop on g7. Suddenly, it's on an amazing square, controlling everything. I agree with you. That would have been a rude awakening there for Max Warmerdam. But why is f4, with the same idea of pushing the f-pawn up the board, not a great try?
It looks good. I mean, let's go back to the game position. F4, the same theme applies, but perhaps the rook being on e6 was tempo that white needed. After bishop takes d1, the rook has to take, because otherwise b2 drops. You can't afford to give that pawn. And maybe in a position like this, black can suddenly get active. Rook e2 comes to mind as one idea to go after the b2 pawn. You could also go after the g3 pawn, maybe a rook e3 type of a move. And if you push g4, then maybe your pawns are a bit vulnerable. So I'm not 100% sure that some of these moves clearly are changing the evaluation, but black does get very, very active here, and white's pawns aren't going as quickly as possible. It looks like, by the way, we see Wei Yi and Gukesh in the background. Gukesh has mopped up that game and won the full point.
Yes, and there we see Gukesh also continuing the trend where black is the one that invariably scores that decisive result. But what a fantastic game there from the teenager. Winning with the black pieces, it was a tense position, but he handled the complications like a professional. And there we see the players Wei Yi and Gukesh analysing furiously, and it's just a sight to behold, right? To see the players just exchanging those ideas, learning from the game. And it was a tough middle game position where it was difficult to ascertain what were the best plans. And there you can see up on the board, this is the final position upon which Wei Yi decided enough was enough and extended his hand in resignation.
This position is one where black still is up a ton of material, and the latest move, queen to a5, offers a queen trade, protects the rook on a2, and hits this rook that is loose on e1. So it forces the queens off the board, lest white go down even more material. And Gukesh, he resets the pieces. I think he will happily place those kings on the dark squares in the center of the board, indicating a win for black, a big win for Gukesh. He had a solid first game, game 2. It's a win for black and a great result for him.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic results. And Gukesh moves into shared second place with 1.5 points. So, well, there we can see on the screens the game between Jordan van Foreest and Max Warmerdam. And Jordan, so little time on the clock. The players are on move 35. Bishop e5 check played. The king is going to march its way to the center. This is bad news for Jordan if he's forced to be playing bishop e5, because the bishop was so well placed on g7 to assist the advance of the f-pawn.
The bishop check, it does seem to help out as the pawns go forward, but black's rook on b3. So I think he brought the right rook forward. I was saying rook e3, but the b rook now can swing on over to the king side to help stop those pawns. The advantage in black's favor. Still, you can go wrong in a position like this. I'm wondering if Max is considering sacrificing his rook for that bishop to go up a pawn instead of the exchange.
That would certainly clarify the position, because like you say, you know, if you do move the king to the center, you know, there's still chances for Jordan to do something. So for instance, advancing the g pawn, moving it up to g5, and there is still some stress and worry about those ensuing pawns. So maybe I like your idea. Rook takes bishop. Make life simple for yourself. Play for 2 results as opposed to 3.
I just wouldn't want to spoil the advantage. That's the thing. Sometimes you get a little worried, so you make this decision, oh, no more losing chances, but you may spoil the winning chances. So rook takes e5 requires calculation, something you should consider immediately, but then spend the time to figure out if it's the right choice. And only one player has time, and Max has 8 minutes and change, and Jordan is under a minute on the clock, so hard to find accurate choices when you have so little time.
And what is your preference, Robert, to play rook takes bishop or embrace the complications by playing king to c8?
I would leave the bishop on e5 because I can capture it in the future. It's probably not moving from there. So king c8 first seems wise. If the pawn goes to g4, I can even slide my rook behind that pawn and then think about sacrificing that exchange under more favorable circumstances. So I would not be capturing this bishop on e5 if I'm Max. It's just an idea that you just store in your back pocket.
Definitely. And the players in concentration, Jordan taking a sip. Oh, he has less than a minute on the clock. And then players on move 35. Decision time for Max Warmerdam. We are expecting him just to move the king.
And Max has his head in his hands. He is trying to figure out what to do next. He's really calculating this exchange sacrifice, because otherwise he would have brought his king to c8 without even 10 seconds of thought. So Max has time to spare, but I think that he shouldn't rush this decision to take the bishop. He can do it on a future turn, and there we see the king slide to c8.
Yep. And now it's Jordan van Foreest's turn. Well, his plan is pretty clear. It's just to see how far he can push his luck with those kingside pawns. Rook to g1. This is instructive. Get your rooks behind your passed pawns. That's the optimal placing for a rook.
Smart play. Behind the passed pawn, g4, g5, g6. You see that pawn just trying to rumble forward and create a passer. The ideas for white are very obvious. That's the good news. It's a very clear plan. And for black, you want to stop those pawns, but how correctly to do so may not be that straightforward. So in some ways, the position is harder to play for black, and they often say the hardest game to win is a one game, right? The winning position, it's not always easy to prove and convert.
It certainly isn't. Ironically enough, I think it was Jan Donner that said that quote, a Dutchman, one of the most controversial Dutchmen, I think, in the chess world. But it is true. Psychologically, the pressure will be on Max Warmerdam to come up with a good plan. How is he going to just fight off this idea of the advancing of the G pawn? And Max plays rook to G8. Just piling on the pressure on that pawn.
He is so clever. What he's doing, he's forcing the pawn forward, it would appear, but then the rook will slide to h3, and rook takes h5 becomes a threat because the rook on g1 is loose. This is something we probably have to bring up the big board for, just to show how brilliant of an idea from Max Warmerdam. The geometry of the position with rooks on the same line and only one piece in between them. That pawn, g4, rook h3, and rook takes h5 is an unstoppable threat. Because if you move your rook off the g file, then you lose g4 and h5 will fall anyway. And if you leave it here and make some move like this, rook takes h5, thank you very much. Your rook is loose down on g1.
It is a very nice idea. I mean, can white continue as if nothing happened and simply just go, okay, well, at least my king is out there in the open. It can, and we do see Jordan play g4. We are expecting rook h3, such a nice geometrical move. And rook h3 played.
Did you see that? The DGT relay got stuck on the g3 square. But I have to give some more credit because this rook was on b6 and it went from b3 to h3. The way he configured his pieces was clearly planned out, and it was really intelligent play here from Max. He didn't defend passively. He decided to go after white's pawns and be the aggressor.
Yes, and I see Jordan saying, well, you know what, it's inevitable that I'm going to be losing a pawn, so let's just advance the king, get that one into play. I still don't think this game is going to be a trivial win for Max, even though he will win the h5 pawn. The white king is going to get active, it's going to place itself on c4, and Jordan still has that plan of advancing the g and f pawns.
Yeah, that's a good point by you. Why would Jordan give up? It's costing him a pawn, the h5 pawn, but he can just start trying to chisel at these. And look at this move, king d7. He didn't even want the pawn on h5. Maybe the reason why was that, well, actually, I don't know the reason why. I mean, rook takes h5 looked pretty good to me. Was he afraid of some kind of rook c1 and the c5 pawn is tender?
Yeah, yes, actually. That is a very clever idea, although then you have to calculate rook h2. Maybe he just wants to keep it simple. Maybe saying, you know what, I'm not afraid of the king getting to c5. I can take my time. I'm going to introduce every piece into the attack. And let's not forget that Max also has a great idea, which is just to play b5, c4, and push the d pawn.
Great. Pawn chain that pushes your passed pawn further. I like that a lot. Rook takes h5. It's a free pawn. It would be hard for me to pass up that pawn at the moment. I don't really know if it's smart to allow the pawn to survive too much longer, but I want to note that h6 isn't actually really an idea because the rook can still take it next move. So the pawn isn't going anywhere, at least not yet.
Yes, I think now is the time for black to seize that pawn. And still, the plan is very much there for black. Get the king to d5, start advancing pawns, and start utilizing the rooks. Also, I just kind of wanted to mention that the pawns, now that Jordan has played g5, he has to watch out for moves such as rook g6 and then h6, liquidating even further.
No liquidation. No more. You can't keep trading off pieces when down so much. Sometimes, and you can't afford it if you get into, say, an endgame where only a rook remains for black and a bishop for white, but you can't, when you're losing pawns in the process, continue to lose more pawns and trade down. So I'm with you, Ivanka. I think that Max is 39 moves into the game. He's about to reach time control, which is a good thing for him because he can convert this game with optimal play no matter how much time Jordan has. So more time for Max is a good thing.
Yes, more time is certainly a good thing. And the players on move 39, just one move to make for Jordan before he has to desperately look for ways in order to save this. And we should stick with this game until they make move 40. There's still 2 games remaining, this game and the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wenjun. It was a draw between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa.
I honestly completely forgot about that game between Pragg and Abdusattorov just because we last left it a long time ago when it was a pair of rooks and a knight with pawns on separate sides of the board. It looks like equality was maintained throughout, and so a draw was a fair result. And King e6 played by Max Warmerdam, that's his 39th move, and still a good move. But I'm wondering if he left the white pawns for a moment too long here, Ivanka. If white plays rook to e1, suddenly threatening ideas with a discovery against the king, can't you successfully play h6 after that?
Yeah, I think you can, but I don't think he's worried about it. He's just saying the king is going to park itself on f5, and he's not fast. But okay, we see a very creative move there from Jordan. Rook e1 could have been played, but b2, b4, undermining the base of black's pawn chain. I think without thinking, I would be playing b6. I wouldn't want to play pawn takes pawn at all.
No, definitely don't want to leave d4 stranded on its own. But your idea from earlier, I think, is available because the pawn on d4 is untouchable thanks to rook to d3 check. So you could just push your passed pawns, and that should do the trick with the black king jumping into d5 afterwards.
Oh, even better. And if that happens, it is game over, unfortunately, because the white will be facing an onslaught of 2 passed pawns, a king, 2 rooks, and white's pawn mass just can't move fast enough. And yeah,
there it is.
c4 on the board.
It's move 40, which means the players get more time, but I could even see Jordan resigning at this point when there are these 2 pawns in your face like this. They can start pushing. You can always deliver a check to force the king to the first rank. So I have to say that Max didn't even take the pawns that were offered to him. He instead said, my pawns are so strong, they're about to become queens, and there's very little that you can do about it.
Yeah. And maybe we'll leave Jordan to stew on that position. But we did see the game between Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa finish in a draw. Maybe we can quickly take a look at it and see how that one happened.
All right, let's dive into that board because the game did conclude between Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa. I'll just bring up the board here. It's not the game between these 2 players as we await Jordan van Foreest's decision whether to play on or resign. But the game between Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa, this was our final position. Still pawns on opposite sides of the board, but a clear draw as no progress can be made. The white king had to stay attached to the pawn. The black rook was just giving checks, and they just repeated back and forth. So it seems like they just trade off pieces, Ivanka, and made a steady draw.
Yes, it certainly appears that way. Again, very balanced game between the 2 teenagers. Well, we still have another game outstanding, and that is the game between Wenjun and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan has been pressing with the white pieces. We did see that his rook was on the 7th line, and it's still there.
Yeah, let's bring up that game with Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wenjun. So this is not Jordan van Forest's game, but we do expect him to probably throw in the towel as soon as Max Warmerdam gets back. So we'll keep everyone updated on that game. Here, we have that kind of fortress with the rook on c5. It protects the a5 pawn. It makes sure that the white king cannot venture forward. I think Wenjun's doing everything correctly thus far, Ivanka. It looks like Jan, he's trying to go here and there. Rook a7, rook h7. But where to next?
Yeah, and well, he's swung his rook over to h7. Again, maybe just to keep Wenjun guessing. But what is stopping Jan from playing the bishop e3 plan and going after the a5 pawn? He hasn't done that at all. And and that's because Wenjun has not let him. Because for this game, I have to backtrack a bit.
Yeah, at any moment, you can think about playing bishop e3, but that does allow that rook to slam down on c3. So just to show what that could look like, is that we get here, if the king goes to e2, you drop your a pawn. You can't afford that, so your king d2. And after a move like bishop f4, it's actually black who is in charge now because the bishop trade is forced. f3 is very weak. a2 needs defending as well. So if your king to e2, there's the rook coming to c2 a check. So black gets the upper hand with the more active and more menacing rook.
Yes. And okay, let's quickly go to the Jordan van Foreest Max Warmerdam game, because we do see that it was resignation from Jordan. And, well, it means Max Warmerdam, he's onto the scoreboard. He moves to 1 point. What a lovely game there from the young Dutchman.
And he was playing a Jordan van Foreest looking to rebound after a disappointing start, but the start couldn't get any worse. 2 white games, 2 defeats for Jordan van Foreest. And for Max Warmerdam, he is telling the organizers, hey, look at me. I deserve this invitation to the top event. I'm at an even score, beating a former champion of this very event. So great showing for Max Warmerdam in the first 2 rounds.
Yes. And whilst we witness this moment where Max Warmerdam scores his first victory in the Tata Steel Masters, I think it's the perfect time for us to catch our breaths, take a pause, and take leave of the Wijk playing hall. We are going to leave Wenjun battling out against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But don't go anywhere, because we will bring you a lot more of this game and all the action in just a few moments.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was b3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just gonna try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move f5, b3. And he's like, cool. Well, Viswanathan says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4. Get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too, and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black's move. Here's the move. hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this. So what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it, b2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Vishwanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4, he goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow, this is scary. Well, are you gonna get your queen? You did all of this. Are you gonna get your queen or not? Of course we are. b1 queen, right after one queen, knight to f1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's 2 queens on the board. Magnus has 2 queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is that the queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my 2 queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
And we are back in the evening in Wijk and Say for the final game in the Tata Steel Masters between Nepomniachtchi and Wenjun. It's been a long game so far. It's been a long end game, but we do see Nepomniachtchi make a bid to press for a victory by now advancing f3, f4. What a game it's been so far. And there you can see the atmosphere in the playing hall. A lot of the players have left. The spectators have also left. Just these two soul warriors battling it out.
And Nepomniachtchi, he has not stopped in his attempt to win this game. We just saw the featured chat. It's been zeros for the last 20 or so moves. And what he is trying to do is make the most of any advantage he could possibly have. He went king f2 here, though.
F2?
That's surprising because instead of going up material, he might just go down a pawn.
And did you see Owen Lamy in the background? Suddenly, he just went, what was that all about? Because, yeah, you are right. King f2 allows rook d2 check, picking up the a2 pawn. And what is going on? Now, Nepomniachtchi is a fantastic endgame player. It's actually one of his biggest strengths. Everyone thinks of him as a brilliant attacker with great instincts. He is all of that, but he's also fantastic in the endgame. And, whoa, what is this all about?
This is surprising to me because if we just go back a single move here, this rook came to d3 with check. The king could step forward to h4, but then for some reason he brought his king back to f2. If the king went to h4, there is no rook to d2 because a5 is hanging. Black will exchange pawns, not one for another in a direct manner, but after rook takes a5, rook takes f4, and it still is an equal game. So pawns were coming off, the position remained level, but why would you go down a pawn instead of doing this?
Well, maybe his reasoning is that, a2 pawn wasn't much of a pawn anyhow, so let's get it out of the way and begin the fight on the king's side. Because presumably he just wants to step up with the king, perhaps back this up with f5, and whilst the rook is on a massive detour trying to win those pawns on the queen side, he can maybe snake his way over with the king to the center and target the f6 pawn. That's the only explanation I have, Robert. I'm clutching at straws.
Because even in the event, let's say the king comes to e3, rook takes a2, all this stuff, I could say, where do you want your king? I will put it whatever square you want it, but even if you get to say b5, go to the b5 square over here, then the rook can just go to a3 and win the b3 pawn. So I don't even know in a dream world what you're aiming for.
Well, I was aiming for f5. And I realize that this might just be an equalizing thing. But and then pawn takes. And then once you go for that, rook a7.
So if your king could somehow get to e6.
Back. Yes. That was my thinking.
You look at Jan right now. He does not look like somebody who's doing happy thinking. He's like, what am I doing here? This is still holding for him. Just even in the variations that we're going down, there's such limited material remaining that white still holds the balance. But this is just one of those kind of sloppy moves that in a different game, in a different round or a different tournament, that can cost you a full point. But yeah, he's still holding on. But that was a bizarre sequence.
Yes, it was a bizarre sequence. And he's just looking out into space, like thinking, maybe he missed rook d2, because sometimes you just forget the most obvious things. Maybe he was just anticipating rook to d5. It's difficult to have an explanation as to why he's allowed rook d2 followed by rook takes a2. But this is the final game remaining in the Masters for round 2. We have had a whole load of interesting games and some very interesting results. It started off all peacefully, right? With 2 draws. But then things livened up.
We had some action for sure. Gukesh, in particular, he beat Wei Yi with the black pieces. Alireza Firouzja took down Parham Maghsoodloo. So at the moment, we have a sole leader in Alireza Firouzja, and he's probably very happy that Wenjun is on the better side of this draw, because Nepomniachtchi, when he gets going, he can seem unstoppable. But a draw here with the white pieces, that's probably not going to leave him very satisfied.
No, it is not going to be leaving him satisfied. Wenjun is the lowest rated player by quite a margin. And Anish said it himself, you really want to be scoring against those type of players. But I have to say, when it comes to rating, Wenjun is a little bit her lowest rating. She has been 2600 plus. So I think she's very good value for her current rating.
It's never going to be a walk in the park for any player in this field. And, well, Anish Giri, he's the defending champion. He drew against Vidit Gujrathi. We actually were able to catch an interview with Vidit after his game to hear his thoughts. So we'll play that for you to see how Vidit Gujrathi, the winner of the Grand Swiss, wow, I just misspoke there, is feeling about the tournament and about his chess overall.
Vidit, Anish told me yesterday at the end of the interview that after today's game, maybe he would have no friends left. But it looks like the friendship will live another day.
I mean, it's a typical Anish saying, half of the things don't make sense, but it sounds funny. So, yeah, I didn't pay too much attention to it. I don't even know what it means. So, I think Anish is the one you have to ask.
Okay, we'll make sure we do that. For now, can you tell us a little bit about what happened in the game?
We played 20 moves of theory. Then Anish decided to make a draw.
You guys are quite good friends still before and after the game. Do you find it easier to play against someone you're very good friends with or against an enemy?
I don't see any difference. I mean, yeah, does hardly makes any difference. You prepare and you play anyways. So I would say it's a bit tougher to lose to a friend.
Why is that?
Because they're going to have bragging rights for the entire life. So, yeah, that's an extra pressure.
You start this tournament with 2 draws yesterday against world champion Ding Liren. How are you feeling these early stages of the tournament?
Yeah, I feel I'm playing well. Yesterday I had tiny bit of chances, which I could have put more pressure, let's say. But it was fine. And today I don't really think I had any scope of like even pushing a bit. It was just very flat equal. So far I think I've been playing well, and maybe if I get more chances then it would be about converting those.
Yesterday you played the world champion, today the defending champion in Wijk, tomorrow Nepomniachtchi, who played against Ding. Do you prefer getting a lot of these on paper strong opponents out of their way earlier, or do you not care about in which order you play the players?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting how the pairings have lined up. It's a bit unusual. I don't know if it makes a big difference. Yeah, I frankly feel that it doesn't make a big difference if you play them at the beginning or at the end. Although, if I'm playing the, let's say, top guys, then it's a bit harder to, like, let's say, push sometimes, because they are very solid at times. So, yeah, that could be the difference. But I think it's just about changing the order. It doesn't really make a difference.
Tomorrow against Jan, have you played each other much in classical before?
Yeah, we have played many times. I have good memories from World Cup, so I'm optimistic.
And finally, it's been a few years since you were here in Wijk aan Zee. How is it to be back?
Yeah, I don't know why I was not here in the last 1 or 2 editions. So I'm very happy to be here. And I think it's one of those tournaments where if you get an invite, it means that you're doing well. So yeah, I'll take it that way.
You certainly did very well last year. You were the winner of the Grand Swiss. The candidates tournament is coming up in a few months. Is that already at the back of your mind?
Yeah, it's very hard to ignore that. But right now I'm not really thinking about it. It's like 80 days away and so many things can change. But of course, always somewhere in the back of the mind, it's always there, that thought comes up. but thankfully I have 11 more games to distract myself.
Fantastic. Vidit, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and good luck.
Thank you.
And there was an interview with Vidit, who started the tournament with 2 draws. Yesterday was a draw with the white pieces against world champion Ding Liren. And today, a draw against his good friend Anish Giri. And what I like most is he still managed to give a little burn to his friend Anish, saying, you know, sounds like a typical Anish Giri quote. Sounds good, but doesn't make that much sense.
And Fiona asked him the question that we were pondering earlier about whether it's worse to lose to a good friend or a mortal enemy. And he had the same answer that you did. It's worse to lose to a good friend because they hold that over you for life. But it's great to hear Vidit, his thoughts about his play overall, but just to see him in a good mood, because for Vidit, there was this sort of critique of him that it lingered over him, that he couldn't win in the clutch, that he couldn't just finish the job when he was doing well in the tournament. And I think he has proven that he can get it done like he did in the Grand Swiss. He also won the Kashima Memorial in Azerbaijan, a rapid and blitz event, came in clutch down the stretch. So for Vidit Gujrathi, there was still heartache at the end of the year in the World Rapid Championship when he lost that game to Vladimir Fedoseev in the penultimate round. A win there would have ensured him a medal, but still a great performance nonetheless. He's in fantastic playing shape, and he has the candidates at him. As he said, it's hard not to think about the candidates, but there are 11 more games to go here in Wijk.
Yes, and one of the things that's always struck me about Vidit, and you can even see it in the way he conducts his interviews, he tries to be present focused. He always tries to think about what's happening, the here and now. And it was really refreshing to hear that he wasn't thinking about the candidates, because it was actually a question that I had at the back of my mind. You know, those players who will be playing, will they be hiding their openings? Will they be playing the same things? What is going to be their approach? How much of their strategies will they be revealing? And so it's very nice to hear Vidit just say, you know what? I will cross that bridge when it comes to it. But for this tournament, I am focusing on the here and now. And talking about the here and now, we do see Wenjun. She has the black pieces. She's now a pawn up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The game has more or less followed on the paths that we predicted. Jan did give up the pawn, but has pushed his f-pawn 1 square forward, trying to control black's king.
Yeah, this seems to be still an equal position despite the material imbalance. Wenjun up a pawn. You probably wouldn't be able to tell that just by looking at her posture here. But she's had the longest games in Wijk. We're only 2 rounds in, but she was the last game in the first round against Anish Giri, a long end game. Here against Jan Nepomniachtchi, she's, again, the last board remaining, and I think it goes to show that she has huge fighting spirit, that she is always going to play until the very end. It really hasn't been up to her thus far. She's been on the defensive side in the first 2 games, but she is not just holding this one, she's the one up pawn ahead, so Jan will have to force the draw if it becomes available.
Yes, it's she certainly has a pawn to the good. The question, though, that's probably running through her mind is, what is her opponent doing? You know, first of all, he gave up a pawn with check. Now he's offering another trade of pawns. Yes, okay, the black king might get pushed around, get pushed back to the 8th row, but what other shenanigans does he have? Because this is one of the things when you do play a top player, you are constantly second guessing yourself. Like, what is it that they are planning? And you not only check things once, twice, you do a triple check as well. And this does burn time on the clock. And I often find that this is a strategy that the top players use to their advantage. So whilst you kind of play at an even pace, matching them move by move 30, for instance, you're in time trouble, and that's when they increase the pressure and things go wrong. And talking about time differences, there's a massive time difference between the two. Jan living up to his reputation with 1 hour 12 minutes on the clock. Zhu 25 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's because he's just been probing with his rook for a large part of the game. And now the black rook is going to go after the b pawn. So if you're Wenjun, maybe you're savoring the feeling, the moment for a little bit. It's not every day that you get an extra pawn against one of the best players in the world. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's just been moving quickly, trying to use the clock as a weapon. But he moved very quickly, lost his a pawn, still is holding the draw. But yeah, he's got 0 winning chances.
Yes, you can see the evaluation bar staunchly in the middle. There's no escaping that one. I mean, there is one winning chance, which is if you manage to somehow, by miracle, get the white king to e6. And if the black rook is misplaced, then white will have possibilities. But as one thing that you've been reminding me throughout this round is that there are 2 players playing the game, and Zhu also has her chances and is going to be hedged on her passed b pawn as well.
It just white will throw in this check to force the king to the final rank. Oh, that's my mistake. Sorry, I dragged the rook to the wrong square. But the rook can't come to a7 with check, forcing the king to the final rank. But in these positions, no matter which direction you may want to step, either via h5 to g6 or d5 to e6, that the king can only get so far because you have to actually pick up this pawn. And the black king can also make a run for it in some positions. And even if I don't make a run for it, once the white king makes his decision, the black rook, nope, not there. Sorry, I can't drag pieces to the right squares. The rook can, for example, go to a square like e1. And let's not forget, I have a passed pawn. That's why the engine is so happy for blacks. And I can actually use the passed pawn, push it, and you're going to lose the game because I'm going to deliver a check and spring free the promoting square.
Yeah, that's the thing that you will be counting on. And, well, Jan, he's in for a penny, he's in for the pound. He absolutely has to step up with the king. Nothing for it. There you go, centralizing the king. I'm expecting rook takes b3. I'm wondering whether no. I mean, you have to go after rook takes b3. You have to go rook takes a5.
I don't think that a player can really entertain winning chances for white here. Like, yes, if this king were already on e6, we might be singing a different tune, but you have to take this pawn on a5. And as we're talking about, the black rook can just make sure the white king will not enter. At the very worst, you can give up the b pawn and take away the entry points. But I think that Jan he's just forced to make a draw when it becomes an option.
Yes. So let's just quickly run through the moves that we are expecting to happen. So rook takes b3 is something that I'm predicting will happen. No need to get any flashy. Rook takes a5, and I'm expecting rook to b1. Getting ready to advance the pawn. And now I guess the white king will try and hide on f6, right? No, because you've got your rook.
Yeah, if you try, but this is the right square. You just have to come after the pawn with your king and rook and win it this way. But if you go forward, we saw the engine suggest that black is already winning, because if you try to deliver a checkmate, I give you a check first to get you out of opposition, and then black promotes this b pawn. The rook will have to sacrifice. It's a very simple win. Yeah. Rook and king against king and pawn.
Wow. So Nepo mustn't get too ambitious. He has to accept it is what it is. And we see a lot of tournaments these days where there's fighting chess. The players are not allowed to offer draws. How is it in Tata? Are the players allowed to offer draws past move 30?
I believe they can. And I think we've seen draws prior to, what move we're on now, 68. So, yeah, they can, I believe, offer a draw. And this is the type of position where if you're Wenjun, there's no real reason to, because only Jan can go wrong in this type of position. I think he can bring his king safely on over, like we've been talking about. But for Ju, why not play this out? There is just nothing that she's risking.
Exactly, and she's doing exactly that, moving the king to d8, getting ready to chase that rook away from a7. That one is going to be a wake up for Jan.
And if she does get her king over to b8 and then white goes after the f6 pawn, we could see one of these dynamics where black has two passers with the rook, white has a separate passer of his own with the rook, and then maybe more proof needs to be shown. But I think for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he can always consider this king move, because rook takes b3, rook takes a5, and the king can, instead of going forward, also go back to go for this b pawn. And let's see, king g4 play.
That. Yes, he certainly is doing that. I think it is important to, first of all, protect the b3 pawn and simply say to black, look, what I will be planning is if you do chase away the rook with king to b8, the rook can simply step up to a6 and target the f6 pawn. And then it will be anyone's guess, right? I mean, it's probably still a draw.
It feels like this is a draw no matter where we turn to. And I think that for both these players, they kind of internally know it, but they want to just play a little bit and test each other. But for Wenjun, what do you make of how she's looking at this board? Do you think she's just fatigued based on long travel and these long games, or is she almost like disappointed that she can't quite win the game being a pawn ahead, even though she really had no business winning? She actually seems kind of sick, honestly.
Yeah, she does look unwell. I have to say that Ju always looks a little bit sad when she plays, but please do not be fooled by this. She is such a mean player. I mean, she's so aggressive when she wants to be. She really is a fantastic, fantastic player. And here she is holding very comfortably Jan Nepomniachtchi to a draw. And let's give all credit to her, because it did look like she was under a lot of pressure earlier on in the endgame, but to her credit, she found the best moves. She's defended very resourcefully, and now she is the one who is agreeing a draw from a position of strength. She gets moral victory.
It just doesn't seem like she's experiencing any victories right now. The look here is just one where she's got hands over her face. I can't tell you why. She held very well from the black side of a position earlier that looked difficult. Now she is the one who will force Jan to make the draw, but it is actually going to be quite a straightforward draw. If you just want to go through a few moves, black, I don't know, you can either go rook to f3, let's say. The white rook slides over, pushing your pawn to safety on b3. We may just get a position where, sure, black's king goes forward, but I can even take this pawn on b3 or not. See that? This is where you fall asleep at the wheel, and it's the black king that enters and wins the pawn. So looks can be a bit deceiving. It seems like both players, they're a bit bored, but if you rush a decision, you may pay the full price.
Yes, you do have to proceed with cautions in these type of positions. And we're going to see it. The rook has moved to f3. We're expecting maybe the king will attack the rook.
But this kind of goes to show that Jan actually has to be a bit careful, because once black establishes the pawn on b3 and then the black king ventures forward, now you have to make a choice. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he does not want to be in this seat right here. The position that he's got himself into, one where he just needs to be a little bit careful, and he exercises that caution, bringing the king to the defense of the pawn, kicking the rook off the third rank. Now you can make this rook b5 move, and I'm guessing that Wenjun might try a few more tricks, but Jan has those under control.
Yes, well, the first trick that she has to keep alive is the b pawn, and there you go, rook to b1. And the question again for Jan is he has to go passive with his king, right? Or should he perhaps?
What are you thinking? So king d3?
Yeah, I was thinking king d3 and then king c4. But then I was afraid of the king coming in.
Well, I think that's what Wenjun wants to establish. But if the white king gets 2 moves, you can go to c2 and kick the rook out of its defense of the b pawn. And if we actually get to, say, a position like this, where black's rook is forced to go, this position is actually a straightforward draw for players who have studied it, because the white king is in the right position. And rook e5, it starts to look a little bit scary, where the white king may get cut off. And this is where you really do need to continue to be careful. And let's say rook e4. Oh, I'm going to trade rooks. Still is a draw, because if you take my rook, the white king is in front of the pawn. The black king is not active. And if the black king tried to activate first, we can take and then establish our opposition. And this is a known theoretical draw.
And Jan actually moves up with his king, which was an alternative approach as well.
I think she's done rook e1. She's just not going to allow the king in and then park her rook on e5.
Yes, that is absolutely the best thing to do. Shall we show what happens, for instance, if she were to go b3, b2 and allow the king into e6?
This is what you were aiming for earlier. When you, if you get to f6 in time, the rook doesn't have a check. The king is shielded by the own pawn. The problem is there's very little room to go from there, because if the black king starts to go up the board and the white king does the same, black can always bring this rook to f1 to give up the b2 passer for the f5 passer. So the white king not staying attached to the pawn means that the liquidation will occur, and it's a complete and utter draw.
Yeah, it is a complete draw. And just looking at the interaction between the two, I think you're right. I think Wenjun is feeling under the weather. She's not well. She does seem to be suffering. I mean, her position is fine. She has, it's going to be an easy draw for her, but she looks like she is suffering.
Maybe for her, chess is suffering, but some people, the game that they love is also the game that torments them. So for Wenjun here, she doesn't seem to be in a happy place, and long travel from China, these exhausting games, all the preparation, that can take its toll on anybody. But it really doesn't seem like she's feeling all that well. So if that's the case, I probably want to make a draw quickly and then get out of the playing hall and get some rest.
Absolutely. When it comes to feeling unwell, rest is the thing that you should do. Recovery is key, and it's actually possible to play chess when you're feeling unwell, because sometimes you're feeling so lousy that the chess is such a welcome distraction. I remember once I had one of my best performances in the London Chess Classic, and my ear was just completely blocked up. Everything was spinning around. So every time I stood up, I was like, oh my goodness me, what is happening? But I found solace over the chessboard. And that's something that you can also do in this particular position. The worst type of thing that you can be over when you're playing chess is tired. It's very, very difficult to play good chess when your brain is not working.
And we've seen amazing resilience from some exceptional chess players. And I think one player in particular deserves a huge shout out is Valentina Gunina. Right? She won in the Women's World Blitz Championship, and she's been quite public and vocal about suffering from lupus, and it's really sapped the energy from her. She's had extended stays in facilities and hospitals. So I just want to give a shout out to Valentina Gunina, who was able to win a gold medal in a World Blitz Championship despite going through some tremendous hardships. So we know that players can overcome these obstacles, but it, of course, doesn't really play any favors to anybody. And we do wish Valentina the best, of course. Always want to see people in good health. And for Wenjun, I think maybe she just does need a couple of days to recuperate, because as we keep talking, the journey is long when you depart China and head for the Netherlands.
Yes. No, I also want to give a shout out to Valentina Gunina. What an inspirational story. I mean, she gave an interview on chess.com where she talks about the realities of suffering from an autoimmune disease and how, at times her hand has been shaking. She hasn't felt physically capable of even picking up the pieces. And then to win the Women's Blitz World Championship is just incredible. And here we go. In this particular rook and pawn ending, it is a draw. Jan has marched the king to d5. His intentions are clear. He wants to go to e6, and we are expecting the move rook to e1, upon which the game will be a very simple draw.
And I think for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's not even going to go down a pawn anymore in this variation, because if she plays the rook to e1, White will throw in king d6 with a not so sneaky threat of rook b8 checkmate. The kings in opposition from one another, because the whole point of rook e1 is that once the b4 pawn is captured, rook e5 check, but there will be king d6 here with rook b8 checkmate idea. So there's not going to be a material deficit anymore for Jan, and if that's the case, then I think you should just play rook e1 and force the draw at the moment rather than risking anything or continuing this game. It is very simple for the players, especially of this caliber.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Rook e1. Another move would be b3. I kind of like the idea of b3 and pushing the pawn all the way to b2 and allowing the white king all the way to f8. Because the funny thing is that the rook must always keep an eye on the b pawn, and the white king can never move from the shelter of the f pawn. So it would just be a draw like that.
It just shows
the
that
safest draw, but a draw nonetheless.
It shows that it's impossible to go wrong. That even if you give up the f6 pawn and allow, I'm just going to put that on the board. Let's say this all happens here. Okay, I'm not going to blunder my rook. That we can get a position like this, or even this is still a draw where you allow the rook to release, because the white rook will sacrifice for the pawn, the king will move, and black will have to sacrifice the rook for that pawn. So we have seen a move. Is it? No, it's king c7. King e6 for sure.
Okay, yeah, and there you see Jan giving a surprised look. King c6 quickly played.
Maybe we have a king c7, king c6, rook b5, rook b8 repetition coming.
That's what I'm expecting as well.
And I guess at this stage, that's all we can do is predict which way they will draw, because with White's king activated on e6, there's simply no losing chances anymore, as f6 will fall. So how do you think this game concludes? Do you think it's this repetition here, or will she still push her pawn down to b2 and make that eventual draw?
Well, she should be looking at and not extending the game. It does look like she should be getting some rest. So I am expecting king c7, and at least there you're giving Jan the chance to go wrong, right? Because some people might be asking, well, after king c7, maybe the rook can move away from the b line and perhaps start attacking the f pawn, or maybe move itself to g8. What's going to be happening there?
Yeah, I guess you don't really want to play with any fire. Not that there is any here. The players, by the way, have played an extremely accurate game. So much so that even when Jan blundered a pawn by giving it away with check, their accuracies are still through the roof. And in these kind of very equal games where one side has a slight advantage but the other side is defending very precisely, you see accuracies even into like the 99%. So I wouldn't be surprised after this game concludes if we see that, yes, Jan had that slip, allowing the check and giving away a pawn, but even that wasn't a blunder because the position remained balanced.
Yes, and we are reaching the most picturesque way how to draw. Ju will just advance the king all the way to c3, and we'll have a kind of situation where both rooks can give themselves up for the other pawn, and it will be eventually king against king.
Will we get rook f1 here just to get the pawns off the board, rook versus rook? How will the draw be made? That's the question. And I feel like for the players here, it's like there's nothing really to think about because they're so strong. They know that this game has been a draw for the last however many moves. And here we see the rook slide
Yeah,
f1.
here we see it. Rook f1, not even needing to sacrifice any rook. And now after rook takes pawn, rook and king against rook and king, a complete draw. And I think we finally see a draw offer. Smile from Jan.
Who's going to offer? Are they both waiting for the other person to offer the draw? What's happening here?
Yeah, it's both players laughing.
Yeah, there it is. Now you see her trying to suppress the smile, and there is some laughter. But I think that in terms of the result, there are no real smiles for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wenjun held very well. She was never facing a significant disadvantage, and in the end, there she has smiles on her face as the draw with just rook and king for each side. So a great result for her, especially after what was likely a devastating night one night ago, losing to Anish Giri. She rebounds a big draw with the black pieces.
Absolutely. Heroic effort in defense there from Ju. That she looked like she was withstanding some heavy pressure, and she just kept her calm, maintained the balance all the way through. Accurate game there from the both of them. And, well, that brings all of the games to a close in the Masters section. So let's take a look at today's results. 3 draws and 3 decisive games. Victories for Gukesh against Wei Yi. Alireza Firouzja, who played a corker of a game against Maghsoodloo. And he is in the sole lead with 2 points out of 2. And then also Max Warmerdam getting onto the scoreboard by defeating his compatriot Jordan van Foreest. What a day.
I was going to say, I couldn't imagine a worse start for Max Warmerdam, but then an even better recovery. He lost from the white side of a game against Jan Nepomniachtchi as if only Jan was sitting at the board. But then today, he takes down his compatriot Jordan van Foreest. So 1 player in the lead, that's Alireza Firouzja. 3 players with 1.5 out of 2. So Ivanka, as you look at the standings, there's only 1 player with a perfect score and 1 player down in the cellar with 0 points to his name.
Yes. A very disappointing start for Jordan van Foreest. He started with a double white, and unfortunately for him, he spoiled those 2 whites. So we're expecting a comeback, though. You have the black pieces tomorrow. But for Alireza Firouzja, what a start it has been. Yesterday, he tricked Jordan van Foreest in an endgame. Today, he just played a magnificent attacking game against Maghsoodloo. It was faultless. Really fantastic. Well worth playing that one out, studying it in great depth, punishing and opening inaccuracy there from Param. And Gukesh, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, 1.5 points. They are off to a good start as well.
And the players with the black pieces have been the players succeeding. We've had 6 decisive games in total. Oh, actually, make that 7, pardon me. We had 4 in the first round. In the second round, we just had 3 decisive games. All 4 of round 1 wins were for the black side. 2 out of 3 in round 2 were from the black side. So, Ivanka, I feel like everything I've learned is spun on its head. I don't know what to make of this event with the player who moves second, winning 6 out of the 7 decisive games.
No, that was very surprising, and most of those victories have been in very convincing fashion as well. Today's game, Gukesh against Wei Yi, that was particularly significant. The way that he handled the opening, it was very combative, and then just when the complications hit, he was there playing on point. Very, very impressive play there from the teenager, and also Max Warmerdam outclassing Jordan van Foreest from what seemed like a really promising position. But, well, we've had a lot of decisive games. 50% of the games today, three games were decisive today. 4 games out of 7 yesterday were decisive. What can we expect, do you think, for tomorrow?
Well, you were right. Overall, 50% of games have been decisive with that 4-3 split. So what to expect tomorrow? I expect more chaos, more mayhem, more winners. And unfortunately, that means more people losing their games. So this has been a lot of fun. And I think it's just beginning. It's such a long tournament.
It's certainly a long tournament. It is a marathon. It's 13 games in total. And let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups. And Robert, we are in for a treat once again. You know, we have 5 players who will be competing in the candidates. We have 2 world champions, and we have some of the best players and youngest players in the world. Take a look at this. Which ones take your fancy?
Well, I have to start at the top. Max Warmerdam, who won his game today, playing the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. But if I really had to circle just one game, I'm actually going to go with the one between Wenjun and Jordan van Foreest, because I think Wenjun's her play thus far has been quite good. This could be a very tricky moment for Jordan. If he just goes all in for the win because he wants to will himself to victory, I feel like we could see Wenjun continue her momentum. What about you? Which games stand out to you the most?
For me, I'm always excited to see how Ding Liren is going to cope with such opposition. And tomorrow he will have the black pieces against Gukesh. Now, he's had a very stable, solid start, starting with 2 draws. But Gukesh, we saw him win today to move to 1.5 points. I can't wait to see that game. I think it's going to be very fighting. And another one will be Praggnanandhaa against Wei Yi. I think that one will be incredibly sharp. So much action. And Robert, what have you thought of today's day?
I think that we saw some preparation go a little bit deeper for Alireza Firouzja than it did for Parham Maghsoodloo. It cost Parham dearly. That was a line that's so sharp, 2-pawn sacrifice. So I loved that game. And I think I just liked the composure from several of the players. Max Warmerdam, he was the recipient of bad pawn push from Jordan van Foreest, but the way he executed that better position into a winning one was very special to see. So I think that we've seen all sorts of styles at play here. Jovanka, I think we're just treated. That's really how I feel. Every single round in Wijk and Zee is a sight to behold.
Yeah, it totally is. I feel like we are being spoiled for choice here. Like you say, the games are complex, they're dynamic. We've rarely seen a boring game. And talking about the games, let's take a look at the schedule. And we're on round 2. Tomorrow it will be round 3, but mark your calendars because on January the 17th, it will be a rest day for the players as they take a breather, and then the action will resume on January the 18th. It's a long event, 13 rounds of chess, best players in the world, all congregated on the little village of Wijk and Zee. And I think this is the perfect time for us to call it a night, Robert. Catch our breaths, perhaps catch dinner, and there we will take leave of the playing hall in Wijk and Zee. Robert, it's been a pleasure to be commentating alongside you. I've had a lot of fun. You've taught me a lot of chess. And tomorrow we will see Daniel Naroditsky join the stream. But for now, we're going to wish you good night and thank you all for watching, and leave you with the playing hall of Tata Steel.